So welcome to the 2025 BCA T20 Cup competition final here at the Kensington Oval. We have the Winward team up against the University of the West Indies. We have with me Junior Roach, Tennyson Roach Jr. of the Winward team, Jonathan Carter. Our match referee today is Emerald Holder and our officiating umpire Shamar Boyce. Match referee Mr. Holder, he's going to hand the coin over to Junior Roach. Coat of arms is the call. And it is coat of arms. So, Jonathan Carter of the university team, you've won the toss. Your decision this afternoon, Jonathan.
I'll have a ball first, Andy. Still a bit of moisture and rain around, so sported the team this afternoon when they came. They all decided that we want to bowl first, so that's the things that we do as a group.
Yeah, another final for the university team. You guys have got a good track record here and winning this competition over a number of times. How you feel about going into this one?
I'm pretty confident. We've not been having a good season in the 3-day cricket, so this is something to pick us up and get us going from here, for lack of better words. But we're pretty confident. Guys are together, and we're looking to have our 7th cup.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. All the best to you and your team. And now we have Tennyson Roach Jr., the captain of the Winward team. Tennyson, toss you've lost. If you have won this toss, what would be your decision?
I probably would do the same thing. I'll bowl first. Obviously, there's a bit of moisture in the wicket. Obviously, the covers were on for a long time. Outside, that's a bit overcast, obviously. So, yeah, I probably would have bowled first. But having said that, we still have to put a competitive scoring board, and hopefully scoreboard pressure does us good.
Yeah, your team's...
Hello, Andy. Nice to see you. First ball is outside the off stump and played square in the offside. So the university, they've been here before, very successful, winning the toss and electing to field. Lots of rain in Barbados, and the forecast is for more overcast conditions at the region's Mecca.
So good afternoon, Andrew, and good afternoon to all viewers. Yes, another lovely afternoon here, a bit overcast, but if it's one place you know you would get cricket in Barbados, is right here at the Regionals Mecca.
Well, that must have been very close to leg before. U.W.I can't believe it. The umpire said no. Wow.
So there's Taj Tavernier, the opening bowler for the university team, the off spinner, pitching that one. A loud appeal there, but the umpire Sherwin Codrington on move on that occasion, Andrew. But very overcast, like you said, but U.W.I tend to go with a slow bowler in these conditions. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's a good move. We've seen it for quite a long time. First run of the finals.
Yes, Seth Agard just picking up his first run. He's been very prolific all season, young Seth Agard. He's been having a really good time with the bat. So nerves will be off of him to get off the mark.
So the very Toppin, who is the player coach, very important cog in the wheel, will take his first ball from the Dominican, Tavernier. And already the long on is in. Now that's the first boundary. Too short, put away, square in the offside.
Lovely shot that by Jafari, topping the ball outside the off stump and short in length. And he was quick onto that one and being able to hit that one past the man at point and into the boundary for the first boundary of the afternoon. So he's on his way, Jafari Toppin, the player coach.
Rank Lop. Indeed, really, it was a very ordinary delivery. And it was spanked square. Tavernier will want to get his length right. He's going to bowl the last ball of the first over. And he does. A bit of a good old swipe, having played such a wonderful shot. The first over comes to an end. Winward inserted. In overcast conditions, they're 5 without loss.
Yep. They'll be happy, the UWI team, with that first over coming from Tavernier. You know, just giving up the one boundary, one single in that over. Just having a look at things, probably the Windward Islands. They want to bat their way all down to the 20 overs. We know Toppin, he'll be the aggressor in this partnership. But a good start for UWI, very much so, in the start with the slow bowler.
So, good to see you in your yellow. I thought of rain yellow, but I decided not to because you're rain yellow. Yellow, of course, is a color that has political implications in Barbados. By the way, Harold is rain yellow as well. And I'm told that he's more DLP than Barrow. All right. Harold nods in approval. So I'm not going to be in any trouble by saying that. Very overcast conditions at the region's Mecca. Lots of rain in my area, which is not too far from here. In fact, it rained cats and dogs and pigs, and maybe sheep as well. But when I got on the highway, there was no rain. Rather interesting. Did that happen to you as well? I know you live in St. Lucie, Barbados' only female parish.
Yes, there was a lot of rain in St. Lucie. Like you said, good enough when we got here, we got to the highway, there was no rain in sight, and what a difference to where I came from.
Yeah, well, the forecast is, in fact, for a lot of rain. But, of course, Kensington Oval is so good in terms of his outfield. I remember a couple of years ago, we used to have challenges, and the Indians came to Barbados as journalists and really gave Kensington a pounding. The then President Tony Marshall took it in stride and got Kensington Oval looking good, hence called the Mecca.
Mecca indeed, and here's a man from very up in rural St. Lucie as well, opening the bowling for university team, Ricardo Boyce.
They should get another run here after a missed field at cover. I may even contemplate the third. Yep. First saw Ricardo Boyce in the 3-day competition early this year. I think he's a pretty useful bowler. Of course, Boyce is a big name in St. Lucie. So is Payne. Is that right? Payne? Oh, not so big.
Not so big. The Boyce is definitely are.
Yeah.
But yeah, young man, like you said, he's been coming into his own of recent. He lives in Pike Corner in St. Lucie.
Oh, Pike Corner.
So yeah, young man who's looking very good. Left arm pacer.
Yeah.
He's got some good variations as well. So I'm sure he would like to show you all what he's got here today.
Well, he's bowling the second over, bowling to Toppin, who's bowled. What a delivery pitch right up. The middle stump is disturbed, and Winward lose their first.
It's a good wicket there for Ricardo Boyce. Pitching that one nice and full. Probably getting to shape back a little bit, Andrew. And you saw Jafari Toppin opening up and going for a big drive and losing his timber. So he's got to go. First strikes there for the university team. What a good wicket. Jafari Toppin, bowled by Boyce for 6.
Well, he must be disappointed as he walks off. Gloves off as well. He's such an important cog in their wheel. He's the player coach. And I'm not sure that when he sees that on primetime sports tonight, he will be happy. He should be naughty. He was a victim of his own indiscretion. Have a look at this. Oh, no. Come on, coachy. You got to do better than that.
Yeah, full delivery from the left arm pacer, swinging back into the middle stump, and he's opened up a big, long way and leaving all of his timber exposed, and young Ricardo Boyce able to get in there and picking up his first wicket.
And it's a big wicket. There's no question about that. We know the potential of Toppin. In fact, when he came on the scene really about, 10 years ago, would have played for my club, St. Catherine's, and highly thought of, then went to Winward, and look at the success at Winward. So no batsman coming to the creases. Tennyson Roach Jr. Here's Boyce. Nice and full. We got a single. That's the way to play. Getting into line, elbows well cocked, and you got to get bat onto ball. And that was played nicely up towards that mid-off here for a single.
Yeah, that was more played in the approved fashion, Andrew. He got his shoulder over it, left foot out to the pitch, and struck it nicely up to that man, that extra cover to pick up his first run. So Tennyson Roach Jr., like you said, is a really wonderful young batsman. He's been having his best years of recent, so I'm sure he will want to entertain here at Kensington Oval.
Of course, his father would have played lots of cricket at this level. Oh, that's a beauty. Typical left-hander, bang on target, just outside the off stump. That corridor of uncertainty, leaving the batsman late, well bowled.
Not a good delivery there by Boyce. Like we said, he's been in good form of recent. I'll tell you, he's pitching the ball nicely up. Andrew getting some good shape in these conditions. I'm sure he would enjoy these conditions. It's very overcast, and with his ability to swing the ball as he is, he'll be really enjoying this afternoon.
So the final ball of the second over. And that's played away. That's a good hit. That's gone. Beautifully played. Maximum. Over square leg. What a way to end the over. 2 gone. 15 for 1.
Oh, what a shot from young Seth Agar. This man, he's very dangerous. Like you said, he's been very prolific in the elite division. And that one, you saw him just using his feet and getting to the pitch of that one from the left hand swinger and hitting a long way over square leg, Andrew. That's going the way. What an impressive shot.
Yeah, but he's mourning the loss of his dad. May he rest in eternal peace. And just told to me by Harold Eastman, who actually lost his mother a couple of days ago. I was there at the funeral, had to be there. Harold is a good friend of mine. And she brought up a good son, Harold.
Yes.
Very respectful. Can be a little stingy sometimes with money, but he's okay. 16 for 1. Over number 3. He said only a little bit. Harold Eastman. Used to be a show called Eastman's Corner. That was supposed to come back, but then they decided against it.
That's your colleague, your work colleague, Andrew. You spent quite a day with Harold, so certainly.
So Tavernier to continue with his off breaks. Very flat and fast as Tavernier comes from Dominica. Hello to all of our friends there in Roseau, Dominica. Mountain Chicken Country.
Yeah, he's just been selected to represent the Dominica team in that Windward Islands tournament.
Oh, what a delivery. Beautifully bowled. He's really bowled beautifully here. Good variations. Yes, I think he is a good selection. There's no question about that. First saw him, could be about 7-8 years ago up at Bayfield. He batted and bowled very well. An important cog in their wheel as well. And that's a swipe again. There's no need to do that. I'll get away with it.
Yeah, a bit aggressive there by Seth Agard. By that time, that coming off the keeper's pads and going for a bite. So a ball that was outside the off stump, and like you said, he played a very naughty shot. Wasn't able to get any bat on it, but he was lucky enough not to get an inside edge as well.
That's too short. And put away. Oh, it's gone for 4. Mid-wicket can't stop it. Naughty boy. Naughty boy.
And if there's one thing you can say about Tavernier is when he pulled those deliveries down on the short side, that's the only error that he's really made this afternoon. 2 long hots pretty much this week, and they've gone for the boundaries off his bowling.
Oh, more runs. Will have the legs to get there. The outfield is slow. Look for a third and we'll get it 2. You're right about the length. It's not good. Too short. The ball before was pushed through mid-wicket for 4. That was short. Down to wide third man for 3. So the last 2 deliveries produced in 7 to end over number 3. 24 for 1.
Yes, and Tavernier just erring on the shorter side, and every time he's done that, the Winward side, they'll be good enough to capitalize and pick up runs as soon as it's a bit too short. But good batting there, as you can see the Winward's the dressing room, lost in that early wicket of player coach Jafari Toppin. But they're still pretty much in a good position there, Andrew.
Yeah, well, it's really been a wonderful story of Winward. Of course, once really ruled by the plantocracy ever since there was a major change with lots of blacks coming into the club. In fact, they've now got a black president. Lovely delivery by Boyce. And the changes, in fact, resulted in several players leaving my club, St. Catherine's. Could be about 2-3 years ago, is that right? Andy Payne,
That's
about 6 of them.
Yep.
Yeah, and it really has been good for Windward, not so good for St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's with a lovely youth program, but the problem is that they don't stay.
Yes, your neighboring village and Windward, they have Lucas Street.
Yeah, Lucas Street. You can run from Windwards to Bayfield. Of course, that's if you're fit enough.
Did they sprint or did they jog?
Well, I think well, based on the speed, they moved from Bayfield with the pace of Overdeli, the Bronze King.
Yes, and it's really has some effect on the St. Catherine club of recent.
Yep.
Yep.
And in fact, St. Catherine's demoted about what, Harold? About 5 years now, Harold? Demotion? St. Catherine's about 5 or so years? Demoted about 5 years or so? Yeah. And your club as well, Maple. And it really has lost a fan base, really, because you're talking about the East. Several people supporting St. Catherine. Then you go on the West Coast, several people supporting Maple. So they've lost that fan club and fan base. But let's hope that Maple and St. Catherine's can get back to the zenith. It's going to take a lot of work, I can assure you. It's good bowling. I like Boyce. If I saw him, I think it was against Empire. Might be wrong, but he bowled pretty well. Very energetic. And he's got generally good control.
Yeah, his control's been very good. Like you said, he's also got some good variations. You see him with a new ball, swing it away from the left hander, getting it to come back to the right hander, and at the back end of the innings, he does bowl there as well, and you see him got his cutters. So a very good acquisition there for the UE team.
Yeah, well, he's got 3 balls in his second over. He's gotten the wicket, the big snapper. Topping bowled all over the place. Just 6 his contribution. I'm sure Winward will be quite unhappy about that. He's such a key figure in their side. That's good bowling. Lazy shot as well by Agard.
Yes, Seth wasn't so sure about his footwork on that occasion. You can see him just groping at that one outside the off stump. A very good delivery again there, bowled by Ricardo Boyce. But Andrew, it looks like we've got our first shower.
Oh no! I think that rain came from Bayfield, then went to Windwards and decided to come across the St. George Valley that Keith Holder loves, and then shifted towards the Pine, and then came, of course, right down to Fontebelle. It's here. The pigeons have decided, look, we don't want to get wet, so they've moved from the Greenwich Inn stand and they've gone up into the 3W's stand. The covers are coming on, and maybe this kind of a day, Andy Payne, who's with me. We've had so much rain in Barbados this morning, and you just get the feeling that it's going to be almost like that nagging, as the Guyanese call it, woman rain, where it just nags you all the time. And you get a situation now where, in the last 15, 20 minutes, sun was trying to peep out, and now it's raining. So it's 25 for 1, rain at Kensington.
Good job there by the ground staff. They were quick enough to get the covers on here, Andrew. You've seen they're pulling them on now, the big ones on the big square, just trying to protect that whole area. And there's a very massive cover going on there now, Andrew. So we've lost play at this juncture. We've just lost play at this juncture here at the Kensington Oval in this final. Some 3.4 overs completed. The Winward side losing the toss and being inserted to bat to find himself at 25 for 1. Seth Agard, he's on 8 of 12, and Tennyson Road Jr., the captain of the Windward side, he's on 9 of the 6 deliveries. Tell you, Taj Tavernier, the off spinner, he's opened up the bowling for the UE team. He's bowled some 2 overs for 13 runs. And like we said, Ricardo Boyce, the impressive left-arm seamer, he's bowled 1.4 overs and conceded 10 runs and picking up that big wicket of Jafari Toppin.
So the covers are firmly on the square at the region's Mecca, and a situation where the U.W.I side won the toss and chose to field. I think that was quite a predictable decision by them, given the overcast conditions, and not quite sure if any moisture in the pitch. Has played well so far, and as you said earlier, being able to get the big snapper in topping. We know that Airguard has done pretty well in this competition. Tennyson Roach as well, and they've carried the score to 25 for 1, 3 overs and 4 balls gone.
Yes, and with that, Andrew, I can endeavor to tell you this Winward team, as you rightfully said, led by Tennyson Roach Jr. They've also included Chad Williams, Rico Wiggins, Jafari Toppin, Najee Bishop, Seth Agard, who's very much there, not out, Kobe Critchlow-Buyer. We've also got Amari Goodrich, Jaden Roberts, he's back in from a stint outside, and Jaren Hoyt, he's very much there, as well as Matthew Allen. So that's the 11 that the Windward team have put up for this afternoon, Andrew. Very batting heavy, usually we see, as we have a look here at the first wicket to go down. A very good delivery ball there by Ricardo Boy, swinging back into the right hander, and naughty shot there by Jafari Toppin, and he's the lone wicket to fall so far. A lovely shot there though from Seth Agard, a ball advancing to young Boyce and hitting that one a long way over the mid-wicket area, and then we see the off-spinning Tavernier just pulling one down, and Tennyson Roach Jr. picking up his first boundary, a pull into that mid-wicket area. So
yeah, so highlights of course provided by Mr. Green and his team. Of course Mr. Green is in St. Kitts, but he's got some wonderful people here to ensure that we have a top quality broadcast. Well, there's no cricket at Kensington Oval. We're going to save our voices, and of course we'll come back hopefully if we get some cricket. At the moment it's not raining very heavily, but as I said, it's that kind of a day where we had some rain this morning, a little bit of sunshine, but now as we speak to you, the covers are firmly in the square, and the ground staff just out there hoping that we can get some cricket a little bit later on. So Winward's been inserted 25 for 1. We'll take a break, and when the action resumes, hopefully you can join us then. And he does. Well, when you bowl like that, first ball, a free hit. And there's McCaskey getting that ball over the top of the... Oh, that's very well played. Down behind square in the offside. Another boundary. Beautiful shot. More runs. Another boundary. Full and put away through cover.
right leg now.
Well, this is what happens. It happens so very often in cricket.
So you would think there's a little bit of moisture around there. So to give them the bowling option, I think it was a bit surprising.
That is the first 6 of the game.
You find that you might think he was a bit unlucky in that over Linden. As he was a little bit quicker.
And there is the first wicket as Paris is giving out leg before wicket.
And he's also gone down the leg side to the left-hander.
And having said that, Andy Payne, he's now going out of the trap, out of the playing area, a half tracker. As I said to you, that's a 50. That's come up for Willie, 50 of 48 deliveries.
In between that three-quarter length, that 8 meter.
And having not learned his lesson, he's now being slapped over skrill, over cover for another 6. Tremendous shot for 6 by McCaskey. So he's going to start at the southern end. And his first delivery, Bolden is bold. So as you said, Don, he will give you a chance. But I thought that he was ultra too aggressive per delivery. And Willie loses their second wicket. Neymar Bolden bowled by Ashley Niles. And a 6 to Jaden Roberts. Beautiful shot by McCaskey. Miscues that one and badly read by the fielder at the long on position.
Chance for catch. Catch taken. No, that's gone a long way. He's a big man and he put the bat on that. No, that's gone a long way. He's a big man and he put the bat on that. Well, he's bowled him. What a good comeback delivery. Bang on target. And that is a very important wicket to get as well. That's gone a long way. And will clear the boundary. Well, chance for a catch. Oh! He made a meal of that. Now that's gone a long way. Very well played indeed by McCaskey. And concedes more. Another important boundary. A very good over indeed for Wildy. Now chance for a catch. Catch taken. And Wildy winning the toss at the end of 20, 169 for 5.
And he gets a nothing delivery down the leg side, and that's the first boundary.
Catch.
And there's the first wicket. Very, very well thought out wicket by the Wildy side.
Sorry.
As Warren hits this one in the air. High, hard, and far. It's gone away for 6. So, and there's a teaser, Andy Payne into the boundary for 4.
That on wide one down the leg side.
And there is 4 wides, 5 wides. And again, the same results, Andy Payne. Oh, that was sweet, Andy Payne. If the first, they say the first time is nice, then you're gonna do it twice. One of the most picturesque grounds in Barbados, down in the country. And this delivery said high, hard, and far for 6.
As you can see, that one's pace on and all. Long
Oh
shot.
my God, exquisite, Andy Payne. Exquisite. Wildy's 50. The P for leg before, and he's been given leg before wicket. As you said, Andy Payne, change of pace. And Rivaldo Clark goes leg before wicket to Jaden Roberts for 23.
And let's see if he continues to use his feet to him.
And there is a 6 in over number 8. And that's gone. Audacious. Beautiful shot. And he bowls a delivery which is hit straight. Absolutely straight for 4.
He's looked busy. He's looked good so far. He seems to be
Hit high, hard, flat for 6. And no, this one is belted through mid wicket for another 4.
Shot.
And now he's giving his wicket away. Soft dismissal, Andy Payne.
That's a poor delivery and has been put away by the veteran, Martin Nurse. So Jones to continue, and that is him hit with a lot of power. Driven safely and productively. That's gone for 4, an important boundary. No, that's going to go away.
I was wrong.
That's an important maximum there over that square leg area. A change in strategy here. And the ball goes away. What a shot.
Brilliant.
And again, he goes and gets runs. No, he hit that powerfully. That's gone for a maximum. Is he going to be out? He is. An important catch taken.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, he sent that mightily. That's what Ashley Nurse can do. That's gone sailing over square leg. That's a big hit from a big man.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he's bowled him. What is that all about? What a strange shot from Ashley Nurse trying to be cute. And that could be the turning point. Nurse goes.
Kensington Oval. We appreciate that not everybody might be able to get a chance.
Well, as you were speaking, the boundary struck. And that makes it easier. Now that's gone over the top. That's an important boundary. I tell you, this man is dangerous.
Yes.
Well, where is that gone? Not taken. And it's actually gone for 6 runs.
Game over.
And it means
Game
that
over.
the
It's done.
game is over. Victory to a Gladiola side that came here on the East Coast, and they've done very well to win the game thanks to some good batting from Worrell, and towards the end I felt a dangerous batsman. The winners, superb blend Gladiola.
News from the middle is that North Stars have won the toss and have elected to take first knock on a good batting strip. And another short delivery. It's pulled through mid-wicket, and that will be the first boundary.
Trying to be veering space a bit. Lovell, this time he's gone a bit shorter. There's no one who could have mid-wicket area yardage, so the batsman should be looking for a few here. It's gone pretty close to the boundary, and it's gone into the boundary for yet another boundary.
Victory over Princess Margaret, a delivery which is steered and unbelievable. That's inconceivable, and the pain that a sitter like that could be dropped.
And top and tread again on the front foot.
And now he's on to the front foot and runs the ball down between the gully and the third man down to the boundary. Beautiful control shot, and the price you pay when you drop a sitter. And that comes off against Malvern. And here is a delivery which is just steered past the slip and badly fielded by the fielder, who runs it all the way down to the boundary and into the boundary for 4. Now start being experienced. Here's a drive through the covers. Lovely shot for 4. Clark into Gibbons, and he pulls out the slog sweep down through mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. As here is Clark in it to be pushed through. And again, the slog sweep comes out, and the same results. And he gets an educated edge and a poor bit of feeling, poor bit of feeling by Zandre Baptiste. Here is Bellamy. His first delivery is short. The edge is taken and over the head of the keeper, a leaping keeper, and into the boundary.
Both batsmen without a helmet on, and he just continues to.
And now an easy dismissal, Andy Payne, the 1-2 of cricket. You soften him up with a short delivery, then you give him a half volley, and he hits it straight to Raphael Lovell. Bellamy starts in from the north on the way into bowl to Jeff U.W.I. The delivery down the leg side, he loses the keeper and goes all the way down into the boundary for 4 leg byes. Lost his mum during the course of the week. Short delivery, cut away over third man down to the boundary for 4.
Fighting his way back and putting some good deliveries together there to bowl at Jeff.
And you bowled him! That was always on the card, Andy Payne. There is Jefferson Gibbons. He didn't look right in the last over and a half. As I said, the age barrier simply showing.
Saw the youngsters up against the Corner Hunt Sports Club. Oh, another bit of bad feeling on the mid-wicket boundary. Another shortish delivery in the air, down to the fielder on the 5 leg boundary, and the catch taken. Bellamy in his final over. Campbell is caught behind, shaken up, and then the short ball outside the off stump, chasing it and giving an easy catch to Seth Smith behind the stumps. And another wicket for Bellamy, who has been very impressive this afternoon. He's into his final over. 3 overs and 4 balls, and he's now picked up his 4th wicket, and he's conceded just 13. But the old 1-2 card trick, the bumper, and then the one to make you play a shot. Oh, that's a fine shot. Using his feet and swinging it away through backward the square. Given by Adrian Jones. Looking to swing it through the leg side was the Pisa, struck on the pad. But no worries, Harold. The next 9 overs, 42 for 5. And a brilliant catch down on deep mid-wicket. That is a stunner of a catch. Running around the boundary about 10 yards and with one hand plucked it out of the air. And that was really a fine catch by Kevon Hines. We're back live. Loose delivery from Lovell, wide, and that also gets 4. So that'll be 5 runs. So end of a pretty tidy over that from, sorry, he's out caught at mid-wicket. No, that was taken so easily. Wasn't sure about that one.
Looking to go over the wicket region. I got as far as short mid-wicket. So the pressure really telling here.
Get in and quickly get on with it. This one is in the air. And the boundary there for Mears. No, they don't. Here's Carrington. And this one drops just short of the fielder on the long on boundary. And he has been, is Mears run out? Yes, he is. That's in the air. That's a big hit. The first 6 of the innings.
In the cave. So indeed it was an experience for me.
And that'll be a boundary for Brown. As a delivery there from Roach going searching, and Brown getting the outside edge.
Being a very competent umpire.
As we have a look at it again, Rodney Brown, well, a very flamboyant stroke, but it's in the air. The fielder running in off the boundary. Raphael Lovell and taking a very simple catch, winning the toss and choosing to bat, and they finish on 121 for 9 from their 20 overs. North Stars.
Maize Queen's College require 122 if they're going to lift the 2024 BCA plate T20 competition.
Carried on, so he should have looked to capitalize.
Thank you, man.
So that's the fall of the first wicket.
Spend some time in the middle.
We slash square for 6. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. An absolute sit. In the air, chance for a catch. The field is under it, and the catch is taken.
Aggressive. So just brought the man out of that leg side into slip.
And I think you will need to move the man from slip and send the man over the road, because that's gone all the way for 6. And now he bowls a short delivery, and that has gone also to the boundary for 4. Hit straight over the bowler's head and into the boundary for another 4. So delivery work down to fine leg, into the boundary for 4, and he paying the importance of a right and left hander. Swept away, a freebie, slapped down behind square for 4 by Zandre Baptiste. He slashes it through the offside. That's his 50. Beautiful innings by young Nicholas Thorne. He reaches his 50. His 50 is coming off 25 deliveries, 40 minutes, 4 fours and 3 sixes. Once again, 50.
Punch through the cover area.
Oh, unbelievable, Andy Payne. Unbelievable. Nothing short. Forced through the offside. And a poor bit of fielding by DePisa.
Batting pretty well.
Nice shot there from Zandre Baptiste. Will get a boundary.
So indeed he's bowling pretty well.
Using his feet there, Baptiste, and the ball bouncing down and goes through the fielder and into the boundary for 4. Well, You're going to get that at this time of the year as the 100 comes up for the Amaze Queen's College team. There's no need for all of that. Play ordinary cricket. Play just the normal cricket. And he goes back to a short ball outside the off stump and gets it away through backward point for 4. See? That'll be 4. And that's in the air and will be taken. Shouldn't be. They've been pretty successful throughout the tournament. Oh, that's a boundary. Misfield there on the cover boundary. That should be it. A boundary to the fine leg. Queen's College, they've completed the victory here this afternoon in the BCA T20 plate final.
Well, of course, Queen's College, a big school academically, but of course, they're very good in terms of cricket. They produce some wonderful cricketers. In fact, young Raphael Lovell, who is in the Barbados under-19 team that won convincingly a couple of days ago. In fact, they're coming back this evening. Stephen Leslie from the BCA is with me. Hello, Stephen. Nice to see you. First of all, I like your color pink.
Thank you, Andrew. The under-19 team, they are returning this afternoon. And again, repeat champions, Raphael Lovell being part of that team. And we are delighted at the Barbados Cricket Association with the success. We just had the ladies on the 19 return a couple of days ago from Trinidad, and this group is returning from St. Kitts. And interestingly enough, the team had the opportunity to watch West Indies versus Australia, that T20 international, at the venue in St. Kitts. So they did have an extra day in St. Kitts to watch the international game, which was part, I think, of their education as they strive to get
I think
better.
that made sense, because we were beginning to wonder why they weren't coming back. But it was good to see them watch the West Indies and, of course, Australia. By the way, Australia won. They won the series. I think it is important, Stephen Leslie, to tell your many viewers, why is it, in your view, at that level, Barbados is doing so well?
Well, there are a combination of factors. Certainly we have, I believe, one of the best organized cricket structures in the Caribbean. Over 1,200 matches are played on an annual basis between the months of April and December. So a lot of these young players have the opportunity to play for their school. Then there's the BCA youth, formerly known as combined schools, which play at the elite and first division level. And then you've got some young men who are under 19, but they also are part of some of the established clubs. But then you can't get away from the Surbiton Beach Centre of Excellence opportunity, where from under 13, under 15, under 17, under 19, both male and female, they've got training sessions here at the Kensington Oval on a weekly basis, and that program runs basically for 12 months. It may have really short breaks in between, similar to what you have for the school term, but they're exposed to a lot of experienced coaches, a lot of technical skills, a lot of team building skills, and I think that what that does is give the Barbadian cricketers that advantage, constant cricket, and then also the development arm of their cricket as well.
Interesting you talked about the riches in Barbados cricket, because when you look at the actual team that played, had the other guys like Prescott and Brathwaite played, of course there's an emphasis for the next under-19 World Cup, hence the selection was skewed in that area. Can you imagine the Barbados team with those who played last year?
Well, again,
wicked team, as they say in Barbadian parlance.
You're totally correct. You must commend Elvis Howard, who's the chairman of the youth selection panel, and his team for having that foresight, because certainly winning titles is very important, but you also want to look at the future development and for those tournaments. And I would love from a wider scale that if our strategists at Cricket West Indies level and other territories could use that type of approach, it will certainly put us in good stead for those international
Well, I hope
tournaments.
that the West Indies, Cricket West Indies, they watched the game, because I had Chris Darren on Mason and Guess. He seemed to be quite excited because the American team actually defeated Barbados. But I think the guys recognized, look, we lost the game. They had fire in their eyes. They came back and won the game quite comfortably. I thought they were aggressive. So we want to thank the Barbados Cricket Association for the investment in our youth. And when you look at what has happened to Barbados touch cricket over the years, we've done extremely well, not only at that level, but of course at the regional level as well. Now, let's take the discussion to the local level. This game is being played, lots of rain, you never know, we may not get through the game. If this game is not played today, when next will we play the finals? Can you tell me, Stephen?
Yes, the reserve day for this final is August 9th, which, as you know, is a couple of weeks from now. We've got
and not
Grand
tomorrow?
Kaduma, and not tomorrow, which I found,
oh my golly, come
which
on.
I found interesting, Andrew. But I mean, that's what was communicated. And one of the critical things about it is that we know we're approaching Grand Kaduma, the climax of the crop over 2025, and it might have been nice to get it out.
Yeah, but
of the way
there's
tomorrow.
nothing big happening tomorrow in Barbados.
But that as it is, and you're at the best venue.
I'm probing you, but
yeah, I know, but I like the idea of being able to make sure that they communicate effectively what was told. And the fact that we don't have any cricket in Barbados tomorrow, it might have been something that could have been used. Nevertheless, August 9th is the date, and one of the critical
There's been a start and stop to the season. I know that perhaps as an employee you may not want to respond, but you know, as a journalist, Mr. and guest, I like probing. I want to know from you, Stephen, why is it that we've had this start and stop situation? People don't like it, Stephen. Can you respond?
Yeah, well, we had a management meeting just before the start of the season back in April, and it was outlined when each of the respective tournaments would start. However, the flow of the competition was something that was a bit unclear at that time.
You said flow or lack of flow?
Well, that's why I'm using the word flow, because as you would appreciate...
You use that word, but I'm saying lack of flow.
Yeah. So we knew that the season would start on April 5th. The critical thing was what would have been happening during those different periods. And we've had, as you know, a 5-week break between June 14th and July 19th at the top level. We've had a resumption last week and this week, and then we're going to be going for another 3 weeks. And I've not as yet been able to really get the full picture. I mean, there were things that have been proffered.
Okay.
But
so you think I should investigate then?
It's nothing wrong to investigate it. It's something that I know the players have spoken about.
Yeah.
I've engaged. Some people have come to me who are
the players
very disturbed.
The players are not happy.
And one of the critical things that I would like is to have a little bit more clarity, so that, and I think that what cricket operations, which is led by Wendell Coppin, might want to consider going forward is the fact that you want things to be able to be as consistent from beginning to end. And interesting, our 3-day cricket, we resumed 3-day cricket at the start of the season back in April. 5 series were played, and then we've got a 3-month break.
3?
Which will be
it's a long
September,
time, Stephen.
Mid-September. So again, those are things that I guess should be looked at going forward, so that it can flow much better.
So could you tell us exactly when the 3-day tournament will restart?
Yeah, I don't remember the date exactly, but I think it's the middle of September.
Middle of September?
The last game would have been in the month of June. So
and we're in July, yeah? September's a long way.
It's a long way.
Okay.
So again, those are things that
it's a bit of a strange season, but of course these things happen. Don't want to lose my job, so I wouldn't continue to probe you on that. But of course, I've lost many jobs in my life. But I'm inspired by the thought that independence is the greatest of all human benefits. I'm sure you've heard that. All right, let's go forward. How has the season generally gone so far?
Well, we've been able to complete 2 of the T20 major competitions, so that is a positive. The T20 Shield and T20 play, their champions have already been determined. We're now at the T20 Cup, which allows us then to know whether U.W.I or Winward will be the champions. I mean, you look at the experience of the university team, I think they've won on 6 previous occasions. They've been to at least 8 finals. So they will come in as favorites in terms of experience. But the Winward club, if you look at the fact that they have been elevated into elite cricket quite recently, and they've done quite well. Their captain, Tennyson Roach Jr., he's certainly a good young player, and there's some other talented. Their player coach gives them a tremendous start at the top of the innings. So to have the experience with the so-called new boys here is a good thing. And you've had limited overs that has flowed quite well, generally speaking. But I think that what is very critical is that 3-day element.
Right.
I was met by former BT player Ron Bates. He met me and he said, well, Stephen, we're going to be starting our competition in the Division 2 in maybe the month of September. So those are things that maybe, as I said, going forward, could be looked at. and we have a much better flow for everyone.
Just before we go, Stephen, because I know that it's almost lunchtime now, the BCA, they always provide some wonderful lunch, particularly on the Saturday. I'm looking forward to my pudding in sauce. When does the season end?
Well, it's scheduled to end the 3-day elite in the month of November.
Right.
Which is, again...
Can you give me a date exactly?
I think mid-November.
Okay.
And what was interesting, Andrew, typically you finish in December. And we've had a number of breaks. And we're still scheduled to end that major promotion relegation elite in the month of November. So again, that for me reinforces the fact that you have to really look at how everything flows with the season so that everyone feels that they're in a rhythm. And you know, playing sports is about being able to get into a rhythm. For example, you'll be leading after 5 series, which really constitutes 10 weekends.
Yes.
And you have to wait 3 months.
Yeah.
And so to get back into that format. So I'm sure that
you can lose your rhythm.
You're going to lose your rhythm,
you
definitely.
can lose your rhythm. And you don't like to use your rhythm, do you?
No one is
any
professional wouldn't want to use it. And one of the things I want to say about the fact that this local season, even though it's organized with 1,200 games, it must always give the opportunity for a flow into our national teams.
Right.
So our national youth players benefit tremendously. The group on the 19, on the 17th are going off very shortly because they're playing cricket at the beginning of the season from April. But I'm also thinking about the flow into the senior guys. And you know, typically the Super 50 is played in the month of October, November. This is Cricket West Indies Super 50. So you don't want a situation where a guy is playing 3-day cricket so often when you're going into limited overs competition. So again, all those things we can look at, and I'm sure that whatever adjustments need to be made will be made.
We were supposed to be talking for 5 minutes, but when it comes to you, Stephen, because of course you aspired to be a politician some time ago, maybe you still have the ambition of running is it St. Michael West, I think it is? Of course, you know, they say that patience is bitter but its fruits are sweet, so, and you're quite a young man. Just before you go, you got the elections for the president of the BCA coming up soon. How is that going?
Well, yes, the actual election, I believe, is August 12th. Nominations were closed a few days ago. So as I recollect, there are 4 candidates going up for the post of president. There are 2 going up for the post of secretary. From my memory, we've got Calvin Hope, Mr. Jeff Brooms, Henderson Wallace, and Philo Wallace. Those are the 4 candidates for the position of president, which should be a very interesting outcome.
Should be very interesting, yeah.
And then for the position of secretary, you've got Gregory Nichols being challenged by Joanne Haynes. And then what we have are 6 other individuals vying for 3 director positions. Again, I don't remember all of their names, but typically those persons are looking to serve the 2025 to 2027 board of directors, and it'll be an interesting.
But I think you should remember, though, your CEO who just left recently, Mr. Toppin, is actually running for the post of director. I find it rather interesting.
Yeah, and I think that might be his way of looking to have continued service.
Right.
Certainly, being an employee as I am, and he was, that is one perspective. But when you interact with the board, you then can think about what you can do from a policy level. So I think that him offering himself as, I think, one of those 6 candidates for those 3 positions is a step in the direction of continued service.
Right. Well, I've invited them all on Mason and Guest. Have you ever heard of Mason and Guest before? Have you?
I think I listened to it. It's compulsory listening
compulsory.
every Tuesday.
Yeah. Can you repeat that? Compulsory listening.
I do listen to it every Tuesday, and I think it's compulsory listening.
Right.
It's one of the finest and long-standing programs, and I wouldn't say because you're here. I think you get your probing questions. You've got an assistant there in Dr. Ford who asks some questions that make some people feel uncomfortable.
A little uncomfortable.
And then you've got some provocative other people that you
Philo Wallace, very provocative.
So it's a good show, but more importantly, I think you do it so that it could be a betterment for West Indies cricket.
Right.
And accountability is critical, Andrew. You are the host of a program that's popular, but whenever you bring a guest, you want them to be accountable to the West Indian cricket fans, many of us that are here and all around the world, but you also want the best for the team.
Oh, of course I do.
West
Indian, I want to see the West Indies do. But you see, I know that truth is not always popular, but truth is always right. Some people get very uncomfortable with the line of question, but that's all part of it. Stephen, it's been an absolute pleasure having you. We hope that we're going to get some more cricket. What we're going to do now, this show continues. The under 19 cricketers on show. We're going to go and show them to the world. Well, the weather is brilliant, and we're here for the finals of the under 19 competition. It's Queen's College up against Foundation, and already we are getting ready for the action. We've got the captain of the Queen's College side, Preston Clark, and of course we've also got the captain of the Foundation side, one who is very well known, Joshua Dawn, and the reserve umpire, Basil Clark. Time for the toss. Preston? Here we go. Just have a look to see exactly who won that toss. The reserve umpire confirming that the toss won by Foundation. So Foundation, you've won the toss. Oh, okay, fine. So that's information that has been given a little earlier. You won the toss. What is your decision?
We're going to have a bat first. Pitch looks pretty good one. Looks pretty hard. Doesn't look like any moisture in it. Just want to go here, put good tools on the board, and then our bowlers can back it up. Mm-hmm. And you've had a pretty good time in the competition so far. What do you have to do today to beat Queen's College? Nothing different. It's just another cricket game to me and to the fellas. We just got to come out and do what we've been doing the whole tournament. We should come out on top. Mm-hmm. And of course you're looking forward to the support of Foundation. Yeah, of course. The sport is always good. Mm-hmm. Even in the final, it's even better. Mm-hmm. Tell us about some of the top players in your side. We have Kevin Newton, Aki McCulling, Daniel Doken, Kobe Critchlow Boyer, Ronaldo Bourne, Miro Stoke, and just the whole team as a whole. Mm-hmm. We're all playing 11 today. Well, I wish you all the best. Of course, you've got tough opponents. Preston Clark, come forward, my friend. He is the captain of the Foundation, the captain of the Queen's College side. Talk to me in relation to the decision. Had you won the toss, what would you have done?
I probably would have done the same thing as Joshua today. Pitch looks to be pretty flat, looks to be a brilliant day for cricket. But I back the boys, I back the abilities to be able to bowl them out and chase down any tool that they put on the board.
Tell us about some of your players.
Before I start, I'd like to say that everybody in this team has a role. But in terms of some of the stand-up players, we have Damani Roach, captain of Barbados Youth B. We also have Zandre Baptiste, who was another spinner on that Barbados under-17 team that were double champions. We have Jordan Graham, who's another member of that Barbados under-15 team. Seth Smith, but he's not in the site today, actually. And then we have Raphael Lovell, captain of the Barbados under-15s. So.
Yeah, and this pitch looks good if we have a look at that. Very good pitch for batting, and I suppose for bowling, so it should help both the batsmen and the bowlers.
Yeah, we'll just make the best of conditions today. We'll bowl to our plans, and we will look to execute.
Okay, well, best of luck.
All right, thank you.
So the news from the middle. Foundation, they've won the toss, and they'll bat first.
Over number 3.
Yeah, certainly. That nagging line outside the off stump that Thorne keeps bowling, really creating pressure in terms of run scoring. And that one just a little fuller, a little wider, and the batsman just looking to score because he'd been given nothing so far, and he just caught the edge and into the keeper's gloves.
Well, they say pressure bursts pipes, is it not there?
It's certainly true. But so far, this is a good start by young Thorne.
Or that looks as though that would have been a chance there to the slip fielder Baptiste. Of course, Queen's College can also claim, Queen's College can claim, I should say, Shea Hope, the current West Indies one-day international captain. And he'll be very proud of that shot there from Duncan, who goes over the top and gets a boundary and immediately goes down onto his hunches.
Chance for catch taken. Loose shot by Duncan. And Bellamy strikes. Foundation win the toss and batting. They're in a spot of bother. Starts with a poor delivery, and it's been dealt with in the appropriate manner. That's gone down to backward square. That's gone for 4. Bad delivery and put away. Well, that delivery on a bad line, bad length, and put away again. Well, survives that. A dangerous shot to one that was very close to the off stump. Very naughty. So the last ball of this over. And there we go. There we go. Badly lined and put away by Thorne. Gets the boundary. Gets his first. Well, he gets 4. It was a short, wide ball and put away.
Yeah,
Good shot there by Thorne. Gets another boundary. That is his second in the innings, and that will take him now into double figures. It will do him a world of confidence. A nice touch shot, and you'll be proud of that. And swung away onto the roof of the that maybe a chicken pen over that mid wicket fence. And that's 6. A lovely shot there from Joshua Dorn. Baptiste to continue. And a good shot there by Shea Thorne. Well, he might be maybe the youngest player on the team, but he's certainly shown himself to be quite a player of some ability. And that's a lovely shot. That's a good shot. Well struck there by Joshua Dorn. Just a bit of a loose delivery from Clark.
Young Thorpe really looking really well, Shea Thorpe.
So there's the appeal and given. So finally success for Queen's College. The men in red, and Thorne has to depart.
And that is going to be a maximum. Well, we thought he'd settle down, but maybe it's me. Because with the first over, he was dispatched for 2 sixes. Now another bad ball from Baptiste, and it is dispatched over the mid-wicket fence. Been trying to iron out in recent times. Well, that's a good shot. And that gets him a maximum. That gets him 4 runs, I should say. Good shot there by Joshua Dorn.
And for me, that's important. The bat can come from wherever. A beautiful shot again.
Oh, that's a nice looking shot. Another boundary.
Beautiful.
For Dorn. He was up here having a check of the scorers. Dorn, nice stroke. And we'll get another boundary to bring up his 50. And an excellent way of lovely footwork. And struck that one through the offside. A bit of a bad bit of fielding there on the boundary. But he got the boundary to go up to his 50. He's now 53. Yes, the umpire suggested it was a dead ball. Well, this time he plays a more genuine stroke, guided it towards third man, and he will get the boundary.
On the Yorkshire ground.
Oh, that's a good shot. Swung away behind square. The line was not the right one. And that's a fine shot from Dorn. Lovely square drive. Couldn't have played it any better.
139 for 3.
Oh, that's an easy shot. That is class. That is class.
Joshua Dorn, born September the 27th, 2006. And here's a lovely shot. Very well played indeed. That's a big man shot, as they say.
anyone who's out there, this is where you should be at the Yorkshire ground to see this final.
Chance for catch taken. And the big fish has been captured. It was a wide ball. Thorne went after it. The keeper took the catch, and there was a huge sigh of relief. Oh, that's very well played. That's going to go to the boundary. Square in the offside, full. And the field at backward point couldn't stop it. That's gone for 4. Welcome boundary for Foundation.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Beautiful shot. Well worth the price of entrance if there is one.
Chance for catch. Catch taken. Good catch taken by the fielder out at long. Off, it was hit powerfully. That's an important wicket to get as well. Now where's that gone? That's an important boundary. Struck by the big left-hander. We'll get one. Will he look for the second? He should, and we'll get more than that. Naughty. Well, it's peeled off the edge. There's no third man. That's going away for 4. Now, at this stage, I'm not sure. Oh! Slow ball gets the wicket. Perhaps he's been watching a lot of T20. That was very slow indeed. In the air, chance for a catch. Will it be taken? It is. They've been able to come back quite strongly, Queen's College, but of course they've got to get runs out already on the board.
A lot will be expected of his bowled him! And so an excellent start for the foundation team. They've made the early breakthrough. Critchlow Brian strikes with the last ball of his first over, and Queen's College suffer an early setback. They're 1 for 1. Oh, strained down the leg side and gifted some runs, given away. That'll be 5 runs, 5 wides too. And that's a lovely shot there from Graham, finding the gap between the cover and the backward point and getting his first boundary, and that will do his confidence a world of good. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Linked into that one and caressed it through cover for 4.
Correct thing to do, playing on its merit, but I think one of the things they need to do is transfer the pressure. Now they've transferred
Wait on the bad ball.
Wait on the bad ball. Shortly if he comes around and it's pulled it into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. The off spinner, he goes onto the back foot, and that has gone right through him. So there goes the cardinal sin, as we were talking earlier, Woody and myself, about today's batsman. And my problem with today's batsman is every batsman wants to play off the back foot. Dean Singh is in, and there is a sweep shot pulled out by Preston Clark. Will go close to the boundary. Field at mid-wicket has no chance, and that is into the boundary for 4. I'll give you that momentarily. Here's a hit in the air, up to the fielder at long up, mid-on, and the catch is taken. As Critchlow is in, and he goes for a big drive. Beautiful shot through extra cover. Oh, beautiful shot. And he's into bowl to Clark, and he pulls out the sweep. Square leg is interested, comes across and makes a meal of it. 87 for 3, and now he's forward and drive is going to bowl. Looking to be too aggressive. He had already come to the 4 through the extra cover region. Swept the next delivery to square leg for 4, and again the delivery pushed through, flighted, and he's driving loosely and brilliantly taken by Aquan Critchlow.
So foundational trying to go for the jugular as a Critchlow bar comes back, and a boundary to start off here. Make things happen. Oh, that's a good shot from Holder. That's a good shot. Lifted it over the top of mid-off for a boundary on this surface. He has certainly played well. Top edge, and he gets it away from the fielder at the backward square, and he'll get a boundary there.
Now where's that going? Down to backward square. That's an important boundary for Queen's College. Goes away to the boundary. That's gone. For Dorn to continue. And that's hit away! 6 runs over the wicket. That's a good hit by Cody Holder. Responding to the challenge here. Cell number. These big boys don't ever give me their cell numbers. But the situation is that he really is battled well. Another 6. Another 6 indeed.
Holder, he's been very watchful, and I think that's smart batting by him. He just had a look at a few.
That's a good shot. And it goes past the fielder and the wicket, and it goes to the boundary.
That one was a little straight.
He's on 46 now, and he swings it. Where's that gone? That's gone almost to the highway. And what a way to bring up the 50 in Bear style. Cody Holder, the brother of Jason Holder, has excited the taste buds with some scintillating cricket. Brilliant, accent superb. Of course, you've got to keep that Holder name going. And he's bowled him. Well, you know, cricket is a funny game. Funny game. The two balls before beat him for pace, that was pitched up at the stumps, played across it, and Cody Holder depart. This young man has bowled well, looking for second wicket. Here we go. And he's bowled him off stump, backed out of the ground in spectacular fashion, and he's running across Yorkshire as if he just won the gold at the Olympics.
An appeal for stumping, and it would appear that he's gone.
The umpire has nodded his head.
Well bowled by Joshua Jones. Well, where will it come from? And he bowled him! Another important wicket for the foundation team in their defence of their total of 233 for 9.
Quick slip by an inter-bolter level and fading like the ball peels off the edge in the air. It will fall safely. Magnificent catch! Oh my golly, that is a stupendous catch! Is about to come to a wild conclusion. He's down the wicket and smashes the full time into the hands of the field. Game, start, and foundation of the 2023 Barbados Cricket Association, Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union under 19 champions by some 45 runs.
The player of the match for today's final, I think it was fairly straightforward. He comes from the Christchurch Foundation School. He scored 86 runs, took 3 wickets for 27 runs. Joshua Dorn. And now, as champions for the 8th time, 2023, BPWCCUL BCA Schools Under 19 Cricket Champions, the Christchurch Foundation.
This should be the first boundary. Very well played. Has the legs to get there. More runs. Full toss and put away through cover. That's going to go for the second boundary. That's a full toss and put away by Gibson. That'll go to the boundary and we'll get there. Poor delivery. That's full and that's been put away. Very well played indeed. It's gone for 6 maximum.
And the power play as well. And I just flicked away a lovely shot over deep square leg and it runs into the boundary. It goes all the way for 6. Going again and flicked away down to the boundary for 4. Poor delivery, poor field set.
And he's hitting this one past mid wicket and it's gone in to the boundary for 4.
And that's going to go out towards the boundary. We have the legs to get there. That's gone out to the boundary and we'll get there. Carter can't stop it. An important boundary.
9 is Nurse.
Well, he will look to get his 50 and we'll get it with a wonderful shot. Maximum. High over the top of that long on area. An experienced cricketer. A valuable knock for his side. He goes to 50. Vonrick Nurse.
Of those overs above 10, above 15. And there's Nurse. A lovely shot. It's going to go all the way. It almost held up in the wind. I thought Austin had a chance there for the catch. But goes all the way for 6. 5 overs after this one. What's going to happen?
A chance for catch here. Should be taken. And 1, 2, 3, 4 times. In the end he takes the catch. And we'll see a boundary come off his last delivery. That happens so very often.
So there's a wicket for Bowen. Delivery, Yorker length, delivery really, and getting the wicket.
Good. That's played very firmly. Oh, that's gone. Superb shot. Now there's another chance for a catch. Catch is taken. Bowled him. Fantastic delivery. Bang on target. And Dash's leg stump has been disturbed. This is That's a loose delivery. That's been put away. I think that Bourne will be very, very unhappy. More runs. Important boundary as well. Badly lined. Bowls him. Bang on target. The off stump has been disturbed. And Lowe continues to have a very good game. He's on a high. Jordan, the captain, could be caught. He is. Yes, he is. Caught down at cover. 20 gone. 152 for 8. Which really represents a good comeback by the prison officers.
When New Zealand was here. So, a lovely shot there. What a shot there from the young batsman Haynes. Pulled over mid-wicket. Here's Howell again. And a cutaway behind point. Is going to get close to the boundary. And it goes for 4 now. Not a good delivery. Here he is. A good looking cover drive. Oh my word. What a shot there from the young man. An elegant shot through the cover area. It goes into the boundary for 4. That here is Young again. And that is pulled away now. Oh my, a short delivery. And not a man moved again. And he rocked back and pulling it through mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. Poor runs up. And it's flicked away. My oh my, a lovely shot off the legs there from Haynes. Into the boundary for 4.
To go for the.
And this is heaved away over long on. Oh man. Wide long on for, believe it's going to be a 4. 4 runs there. Careful going too far back on the back foot. It's a foolish delivery and that's going to run away. A poor delivery, a full toss. And that's going to run into the boundary for 4. Final. Here is Herwood again, and Herwood's hitting that straight back over the bowler's head all the way for 6. Herwood's final delivery of his first over, and that is swung away, swept away. Lovely, a flatter shot this time, and it's looking like if it is a 6. They're waiting for the call from the umpire. He's waiting to feel that yes, 6 indeed. Oh. So here he is, and it is hit away over long on into the boundary for 4. That's a ball him. Oh my, beaten all ends up. A very lazy shot there from Haynes and taking out the off stump. Oh my, Haynes will not be happy with that shot.
Delivery.
Oh my, and it's flicked away and it's going to go all the way for 6. Picking up the ball, he would want to do some damage here, and he starts with a very poor delivery. Oh my, that is a massive 6 there from Austin. It goes into the houses over square leg. A poor delivery there. Sharp.
About the batters, Barnett Nurse. This one is driven sweetly out to cover by Austin.
And poor fielding. Extremely poor fielding.
That sums it up.
So the action continues. We start over number 11. And he's bowled him. Now chance for a catch here. Is he going to take this? He does. And that's a big wicket. Drive into the country and watch the cricket. Wow. Catch taken. Soft dismissal. Now this time he holds on. And the big snapper goes. Yard. That's a poor delivery and put away. That's a bad one. More runs, lovely shot. Out towards the boundary, I'll go for 4. Too short and punished by Bowen. Now there's a chance for a catch here and it is taken. To Strawn. Top edge. Chance for a catch, goes over. The man at third man and goes important into the boundary.
Here as possible.
That's a good, lovely shot by Strawn up towards cover, and it goes through the field and goes for 4. Wow! Here's Padmore. Too short in the air. Chance for a catch. Will it be taken? Strawn goes. Kurt Gibson takes the catch. Well, he's in and boats the yard. Short and swung away mightily. That's a big hit. And that's victory to the prison officers. Yard has hit the ball yards over the boundary at square leg, and they're all celebrating. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Coming from St. Philip, the prison officers, they've come to greens in St. George, deep in rural Barbados. They had one or two challenges along the way, but in the end, it was Yard sealing the deal. The prison officers are celebrating.
We started back in October with 19 teams vying for this under-19 title. Today, we're down to the last two. Edge found, and this time, it produces the wicket. Bellamy gets the first strike. Wicket down for Combermere. Driven nicely. Could be two. Oh no, an injury. And it results in a boundary as well. Not good news there for Queen's College.
Even bounce, it seems like nothing. This one is driven brilliantly. Run away in to the boundary with it.
Yes, it does.
8 for 4.
Yeah, umpire Sheena Welch is the umpire, standing umpire. Chance for a catch and brilliantly taken at the deep mid-wicket position. Suspect is a long off as well. Here's an almighty hit, high, hard, and straight into the Greenwich, and here stands as the international players on the back foot and caught the wicket of R.J. Gittins. He takes a short delivery and pulls it to the fielder at a straightish mid wicket inside the 30-yard circle.
Gets back and pulls this one out towards that square leg boundary. Hits the ropes now. So that's the first boundary from Macombi. Goes towards that area again. Back-to-back boundaries form a productive end to over number 33. 133 for 4. Well, gets a badly lined one there. And he punches it. So, we're looking at momentum. We're looking to take advantage of deliveries. That was a bad one. Starts the over. Brilliant. Oh, a shot of class from the young man that has spent time at the crease. This is why Combermere love him. Can he keep it going?
Let's see what he would blow down.
He drags it down slightly. That's going to be a boundary. That's momentum there. Gets a gift, and a gift accepted to close out the innings. What a way to end things for Combermere. A maximum to take them up to 184 for 5. Well, the catch is put down, but it doesn't matter, given that it was a free hit there. Driven beautifully. Great balance and great execution as well. And it finds its way into the boundary. Lovell gets off the mark. Gets through that offside field again. Could be back-to-back boundaries for him. If this is the intent that I've been talking about, this is Lovell. Wow. Hit away with disdain. Well, they would have needed a third or fourth slip for that one. Instead, it's into the boundary. He's not going to miss out on that. He's been informed from the time he came to the crease, and has been flowing boundaries off the bat of Lovell. And third man that was moved just now comes into play, but can't do the job.
And there is wicket number 2 as Hackett at 19 drags on to Davis, and he gets his first wicket. 1 for 19 in the process of his 4th over for her, and a lot of them have come under her 2-pleasure delivery, which is played to the slip region, and the end of Armstrong. They turned him right around. That went to amaze Queen's College, and they did not get a name to add on to that. I'm sure that the Ferdinands have gone a beautiful shot, hit through mid-wicket, lovely shot through long on. Garway, a big 6, short ball delivered by Garway, asking to be hit. Did be hit over long on. It's on the line of leg step and worked away. Fine leg has a long run across and cannot get cross. It's a little too square, the square leg for Raphael Lovell. Well played by the young man, brilliant in his 50. and his 50 came off some 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 fours and 1 650. Off 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 delightful fours and 1 6. The 54 Raphael level as Queen's College amazingly moved up to 92 for 3. Beautiful shot over mid-on, which is up, mid-off, sorry, and excellent shot by Lovell.
Hit hard, hit straight.
Any other batter in, take it straight home.
Long on had visions of taking that catch, and the ball cannons into the side screen. So
Gets it wrong there. Young Patterson pays the ultimate price. They edge ever closer to what will be the first time that Queen's College hold that title in their hands single-handedly and outright. It's now one hit away now. And he's gone. So he will not take his team over the line. But what a day and what an innings it has been for Raphael Lovell. In 95 of the finest runs he might probably score in his schoolboy career. Deserving of the handshakes and congratulations that he's gotten, because he's pretty much taken Queen's College to the front door.
Now the shadows lengthen here. You see the sweep range out. A lovely shot that by Captain Zandra Baptiste, just sweeping that one past the fine leg area, square leg area for 4.
The moment that they have dreamed of, a moment of history. For the first time, Amaze Queen's College are champions outright of the under-19 cricket in Barbados. They have earned this moment. They have delivered a performance like no other on the biggest of stages. Today, you can say they have carried the light.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for a wonderful game we've had at Kensington Oval. It's good to have the under-19 finals back at the home of cricket in Barbados. This afternoon, we were treated to a very splendid performance from Combermere and Queen's College. Queen's College has come out as the victors.
I now invite Zandra Baptiste of Queen's College to collect the winning trophy for this year. And for the first time in their history, Amaze Queen's College champions outright of the BCA Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited under-19 tournament.
Hello and welcome to the region's Mecca. We are here for the finals in the Super 50 Cup. Oh, he's gone, playing the ball onto his stumps. That's a big wicket to get McCaskey. The young bowler Smith strikes very early.
Good tactics, matchups, Andrew. I know Harold doesn't like to hear that word.
I agree with you. And runs here for Richards. Did he get better into that? He's going to head out towards the boundary. You might not have seen Rion King. He's bowled him! Fantastic delivery! Wow! The stumps have been disturbed. What a delivery! And Smith is on a roll. Wildy are under pressure.
Caught. Very, very soft dismissal. And it will be tossed up outside the line of the off stump.
In turning up at finals, and I'll explain that as we see an exquisite stroke there from Bowden. He certainly turned up so far. Bad delivery from Waterman though.
Perfect opportunity for the middle. And speaking of perfect opportunity, there is the end of Akeem Jordan. Soft dismissal, delivery pushed through, beautifully bowled, caught that slip.
A guy like a Johnny Waterman who's already picked up 2 wickets, as we see a lovely stroke here from Jaden Roberts into the boundary for 4.
To have a youth program, but that's been defunct now for many years.
Okay.
But Wildy and Pickwick have very, 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 very good youth programs, and that is the reason why mainly of the young players.
Most loyal spectator in recent times.
Here's a drive. The catch should be taken. That's a soft dismissal. Poor shot by Roberts and more trouble for his side. That's gone past the keeper. Runs for Wildy. These runs are important. Will go all the way. Again to Jones. Well, that's a good delivery. That might have been the arm ball. We'll get runs here. Don't think it will get to the boundary. It may very well do. It does, actually going down the slope. It's played away. That's going to go for 4. Wide of third man. Important runs. No, that's very ordinary indeed. I mean, how could you do that? Wow, bowling for Jamaica. More runs for Bolden, down to third man. It's going to head up towards the boundary and we'll get there.
Still to come, so they can still get some runs on the board. This one is driven beautifully to cover into the boundary for 4. This one is just over the head of the fielder at the mid-on.
All right, so yes, we've had lots of rain in Barbados, but you know what? The good news is that it has stopped, and I'm told that we're going to make some adjustments. No, let me tell you, 25 for 1, 3 overs and 4 balls gone, then it started to rain. Andy Payne is to my right, and he will tell us exactly what is going to happen now. Tell me, Andy.
Yes, Andrew, and to the viewers. So the game has been reduced to 16 overs affair. I'll tell you, Duckworth Lewis obviously will come into the equation. But yeah, so as with confirmation that it's now going to be a 16 over side affair.
All right, so 25 for 1, 16 overs. Let's hope that the rain stays away. We've had several challenges with the rain. Of course, it's that time of the year when you get rain, and I know that the forecast is for more rain this evening and of course tomorrow as well. But we're just wishing and praying like Dusty Springfield that we are able to get through the rest of the afternoon. Airguard has got 8, Roach is a 9, 25 for 1. We're just about to start the action. 3:30 is the time we will start, and it's just about time for Boyce, who's got 2 overs to bowl in his over, and he has been impressive so far.
Very impressive, Andrew, getting some movement earlier on, you know, with this new ball moving around, and he was able to get quite a bit of swing, as you saw, getting that early wicket.
Well, you talked about length being good. The first ball is full, and a bit of a fumble down at that cover area. They'll get a second. It was full and hit down towards the cover area for 2. So 16 overs now. Andy Payne, you've played the game. Of course, you would have been a stalwart at the Maple Club. I understand that Harold Eastman told me that you're going to be coming to retirement. I don't know why. Based on 16 overs now, 27 for 1, 1 to come in over number 4. What kind of score do you think we will be looking for here?
I'd be interested if this guy Seth Eggers take a round, like you see, get him aggressive after that first delivery and resumption. So they've got quite a lot of batting. You've got that big hitter in Amari Goodrich. He was one who was good of recent times. So it'd be interested to see. These guys can strike a long ball. So if these guys spend any time in the middle, any time over 140 would be a good total.
Yeah, well, of course, as the over comes to an end now, some 4 overs gone, 27 for 1. I saw Amari Goodrich on Sunday, and he really batted extremely well, hit the ball all over the place. In fact, his father, who's a sergeant in relation to the police force, actually heard the commentaries and decided to come to the ground to see his son bat. And as soon as he arrived, his son got out. Can you imagine that?
Sirens blazing?
Oh, sirens blazing. I asked him quite appropriately if he had time, and he said yes. So it was wonderful. I interviewed both of them. So 28 for 1. Let me remind you, 16 overs. We're into over number 5.
Joshua Bishop.
Yes, Andrew, and like you said, so they've got quite a bit of batting. Jaden Roberts, who's also included in this game, he's one who can really hit it a long way as well. So, like I said, anything over 140 will be a good total. Just having an interview with the captain of the Windward team at the toss, though, he also said that they've done their research, and the par score here at the Oval in finals is 130.
Oh, well, of course, everything is data-driven nowadays. Chance for second runoff. Bit of a fumble down at that mid-wicket area. Back for the second.
Yes, so yeah, data driven. As he's rightfully said, they've done their research. They've got the analysts in. As we see a bowling change, it's Joshua Bishop coming from that. The Malcolm Marshall in. Bowling his left arm orthodox. Bowling to the left hand is Seth Agard.
Yeah, he's done pretty well in recent times at the regional level, Joshua Bishop. A tidy left arm spinner.
Very experienced at this level, Andrew, as well. You know, he's been around the franchise area for quite some time. He's played quite a lot of franchise cricket for, a young man. And he's been on the block for some time.
Well, he's lucky to get over that long hop. Down to that backward point area. Batsman Agard upset he didn't cash in as far as that long hop concerned.
See Seth Agar trying to halt that one over the mid-wicket area, but Andrew, remember we're playing on the pitch furthest to the east, so it's a very big boundary down to that Greenwich and Haynes stand. So the left-hander trying to hit the left arm orthodox down to that area. It's a long way to go.
So mid-wicket will now go on the offside, presumably done at short third man. So an adjustment to the field here with 4 on the leg side. Good cricket, as they say. Ball into your field, just outside the off stump. There's a ring of field in the offside save in 1. The short third man backward point cover, extra cover mid-off, all inside the circle save in 1.
Yes, Andrew, and as this will be the final over in the power play.
That's gone through, and we'll get to the boundary. It's gone away. It's a long hop, and played away square in the offside. Down to backward point, that's gone for 4.
Yeah, just as you were saying a bit early in the over, he was bowling a bit short outside the off stump. He got away quite a few with 2 balls previously in that over. Johnson Carter was doing good work at that backward point region, but that one sped past him to his left and all the way to the boundary. So Bishop a bit on the short side.
Yeah. Suppose you may need another fielder there, Jonathan Carter, in the November of his career. So the last ball of Bishop's first. He's conceded 7 already. Happy to produce the last ball but not a run scored. So 5 gone, Winward inserted 35 for 1.
Yes, Andrew, and that completes the power play. Remember, there's a reduced game of 16 overs a side. So the power play completed after 5 overs as opposed to the original 6. And they're 35 for 1 in that period. You see Seth Agar trying to go hard at Bishop, the left arm. Orthodox bowling to the left arm Agard. A few deliveries that he managed to get away with on the short side. One particular ball was hit to backward point for 4, but quite a few others that he'd be disappointed that he didn't get away.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment, Andy Payne. That's why we pick you and pay you big bucks for that analysis of the game. Yeah, lucky. Could have easily gone for another boundary or 2. So let me remind you, because of the interruptions, the game has now been reduced to 16 overs. Harold Eastman, our statistician. Of course, in the old time days, you call them scorers, now they're statisticians.
Yes, Harold's also brought us up to speed that in the allotment of bowlers, 1 bowler is permitted to bowl 4 overs as the maximum, and the other 4 overs can bowl up to 3 as a maximum. So Harold, always on the ball.
Of course, in the old time days, you used to call them the groundsmen, now they're the curators. Is that right? Yeah.
Correct.
And of course, the health inspectors that came to my house a long time ago, they're now environmental officers. Am I right?
That's correct again.
Indeed. So, here we go. So, we got a new guy coming from Jamaica, Land We Love, course, coming into bowl.
Yes,
Have you
and
seen him before?
Yeah, Dockers. I saw him in the semi-final down at Carlton Ground. A young player out of Jamaica. I think he would have made his way in the breakout lead as well in that T20 tournament that we had for the junior players a bit early in the season. So yes, he would have represented the Jamaican franchise.
He's full of energy. Starts with a wide. Hello to our friends in Jamaica.
It's one of your favorite places,
Yeah,
Andrew.
and that's where I saw the West Indies bowl for 27. Oh my golly. I was numb because I actually described the first 3 wickets in the second innings. The first ball, John Campbell edged to the keeper. And I said, well, okay, no, this can't happen. 3 wickets in 1 over. And it's really a dark day in West Indies cricket. Wow. That's a no ball as well. Dackers has got to get his radar right here. The man from Jamaica.
Yes, Andrew, a very wayward delivery on that occasion.
When you saw him at Carlton, did he impress you?
I think he was a bit ordinary to me as well. He's
So
got
the-
some pace.
so the answer is
yeah,
no.
But he wasn't as impressive as the coaching staff and the UE said.
So the answer is no. You naughty man. He's got to get his radar right here, young Dackers.
Free hit.
Yeah. Well, not doing a great deal with the free hit. We'll get a second, I would imagine. Yeah, really, when you get a free hit, you need to hit the ball up to Cave Hill. Instead, he spooned it down to mid-wicket, but back for the second.
Yeah, again, you see young Tennyson Roach trying to hit that one out of the mid-wicket area. But remember, we said that's a long way down there to that boundary. So you probably would have been better served trying to hit that straight over the bowler's head. But nevertheless, it was a free hit, and he picked up another 2 runs.
So Roach has got 11 from 8. Agard has got 16 from 20. Just 1.
It's a long way down to that boundary at that deep mid-wicket area. It looks like young Kyle Jordan patrolling the area over there. But yeah, so of interest, Andrew, I just let them know they've had some 3-4s in this innings and 1 6 to date. So it'd be interested how they go about this target. As we said, trying to set a good target in 16 overs. You just don't want to get all boundaries. They need to, as well as pick up some singles and some 2s.
I agree with that. That's not what the West Indies team is doing. They're not running singles anymore. Like the Australians, they're tearing across the ground. You need to get singles. You just can't hit 4s all the time. Something that we need to deal with in West Indies cricket. Of course, in local cricket, if you go back to Thelston Payne and Terry Watson, St. Catherine's, long time ago. Oh, they were great between the wickets.
Yes, and that's something you need to work on within the West Indies, right? As you rightfully said, that intent between the wickets and the running. We just need to try to eliminate as many dot balls in this format of the cricket. I think we try to go too hard, and then we get either find the feelers and not find enough gaps so you can pick up your 1s and 2s.
It's been a long over so far from Dackers. He's actually bowled 2 wides. 3 balls to go, said Harold Eastman, our statistician. Oh, might have just got his hand to that. We'll get a second. Good effort coming in from that backward square area.
Very good effort indeed. Romario Graves down there on the deep square leg area. That one traveled quite a bit in the air, but like we said, Andrew, that boundary is such a long way down on the onside. So on another day, probably on another field, he'd be right on the boundary and probably took the catch. But he had to come in a long way off of that deep square leg area, and he essayed what was a half chance.
Roach with 2 centuries in the local competition so far. His father, Tennyson Roach Sr., would have done pretty well. That's very well bowled by Dackers. Wonderful delivery.
A good delivery indeed, just cutting back into young Roach, and you see him trying to play that one down to third man with an open face, but it was too close to him and moving further into him. He wasn't able to get enough bat onto it. All it was good enough to get through to the wicket keeper, Shakir Paris.
Strange to see Paris keeping. Have you seen him before as the keeper?
Well, again, they used him in the semi-final game. In the semi-final game at the Carlton ground.
He's actually got 2 wickets bowling as well. Now that's in the air. Catch should be taken. It is. So Dackers, the man from the land of wood and water, gets the wicket of Tennyson Roach, and the Winward team losing wicket number 2.
Yeah, comfortable catch for Jonathan Carter there coming in from mid-on. It was high in the air. Tennyson Roach didn't get close enough to it, trying to hit that one down the ground and just kite it a long way up. And Jonathan Carter coming in there from that mid-on area, taking what was an easy catch. So 2 wickets gone, like you said. Tennyson Roach, he's gone for 14 off 12 deliveries, 1-4 in that innings. Young Roach, if you have a look at it, Andrew, he didn't get close enough to it, and he just kite that one. It went a long way up. And Carter coming in from mid-on, take what was a simple catch in the end.
Catch taken by Jonathan Carter, the veteran, who's been around for quite a long time. Interesting that Amari Goodrich, who did so very well in Bank Hall last weekend, 121 from very few deliveries, 16 overs. We're into over number 7 now. Would you decided to promote him or not really? Tell me.
Well, this guy Chad Williams, he's a very unorthodox player. He had a very good semi-final game down there at the Weymouth Fair. You did that game. I'm sure you saw what he's capable of.
Yeah.
I'm sure they must be holding back Amari Goodrich, because they think probably that last 6 to 10 overs, 6 overs to go, he's probably more destructive.
Yeah, a dangerous player. There's no question about it. I haven't seen him in the semi-finals. I thought his dot was important and got them over the line. So he comes ahead of Goodrich. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, like you said, very unorthodox.
So Joshua Bishop, the left arm spinner, to continue. We start over number 7. Let me remind you, because of the rain, 16 overs to be bowled. Winward bringing their support to Kensington Oval. I was in the 3W's stand a good half an hour ago, and there were many supporters from Winward. It's a club based in St. Philip, Barbados' second largest parish. I always thought St. Philip was, but those who don't tell me it's Christchurch, parish that has Winward, of course, and St. Catherine's as the 2 major cricket teams in the parish. They've also got regathering. Big event tomorrow at King George V Memorial Park.
Sure you'll be there, Andrew?
Well, I'm not quite sure really. I tend to stay at home on a Sunday. Red Plastic Bag is going to be there as well. Your parish has had regatherings ready, St. Lucy?
We started the regathering.
Yeah, we did, yeah. Okay, started with the side, of course, in the north. Imagine what it's going to be like when they go to St. Michael. Harold Eastman, our statistician, may get an honor. Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to give me one, really. I thought I might have nipped in there, but you know it is really. Wonder who will do these the research on people in the various parishes, because
surely Andrew Mason has some recommendations.
I would think so as well, but these things happen, you know.
As a good over being ball in progress here by Bishop.
Yeah. Did you get none in St. Lucie, did you?
No, I
you didn't
didn't.
make it. Okay. Oh, beautifully bowled by Bishop. Is he a St. Lucie man,
He's a
Bishop?
St. Peter man.
Oh, St. Peter. What part of St. Peter?
Well, now he lives in St. Lucie. No, he's based in Maycots.
Oh, he's
but
a
I know,
Maycots
yeah,
man.
he's a Maycots man. Yeah.
What part of St. Peter?
But I think he went to Alexandria, and I think his father is more St. James, Monk Stamford.
Oh, he's a Monk Stamford man.
Yeah, I think that's the information I have for
Okay.
Bishop.
So he's a Monk Stamford man, and he's been steadfast.
Steadfast.
Yep. Ends a good over. An over in which just one run came. Well done to Bishop. 7 gone, 16 overs available. Winward's a 44 for 2.
And this is ideally what you would expect from someone like Bishop. Like you said, he's very experienced in the white ball version. He's played quite a lot of franchise cricket. He saw a new batsman in Chad Williams coming in there, and he started asking quite a lot of questions there. You saw quite a few. He just arming and at the back end of the innings there, just getting some to move away from the right-handed batsman. So a lot of variations there from young Joshua Bishop. A very, very good player, Andrew. One who we think we got to pay lots of attention to in this next over or so when he gets it again.
Well, of course, some captains are programmed to just have one over, because we saw Dackers actually getting the wicket in the last over. We now have a change.
And they've got quite a lot of variety, the UV side. It looks like Romario Graves coming into the attack now. Another offspring of some merit. He plays at the first class level. He's played in the CGs, 50s as well. And he's done reasonably well, the off-spinner. And a good all-rounder, if you ask. He bats pretty well.
Graves is a very popular name in the north. Is he a St. Lucie man as well? Graves?
I don't think he is, but I know he would have been a product of the Coaching Party School, which I was as well. So he spends quite a lot of time in the north.
So in terms of St. Lucie, you have Graves, you have Boyce.
Sobers.
Sobers is a big name there?
Sobers is a big.
Okay, wonderful. No Leslie, no Mason.
Limited. Mason's definitely a Philippine.
Of course, there's a place in Barbados called Mason Town, Bayfield. And Harold Eastman has never visited Mason Town. We'll invite him sometime. Red Plastic Bag is a Mason Town man. Yeah, my mum who used to do some wonderful sweetbread there. She's now retired. She's now, 90. So it's about time to retire.
So as rightfully said, it's Graves, the off-spinner. We'd be interested to see who the Winward team would target, though, because these two spinners are of great repute. Bishop and Graves, they're two players who can really hold it tight. But I tell you, the Winward side, they've got to think about one of these players that they have to go after.
July the 20th is a very special day in the calendar in Barbados, coming up very soon. Do you have an idea as to what I'm talking about?
Well, give me
July
that.
28th.
Of course, it's the birthday of the Right Honourable Sir Garfield Somers.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Andrew, myself being a July man.
Are you a July man as well? The 28th?
24th.
Our statistician, of course, doing the graphics. She's also the July born. What day are they? The 11th of July. Suleiman was Tuesday. So July is a big month. And Peter, who of course is our grounds, a curator. Are you a July man as well? He's October. I think he's October the 31st.
Seeing Joseph Aguirre trying to hit that one a long way over the mid-wicket, but coming off on the edge and just able to hit it to square leg, the man coming off the boundary. So yeah, another single. So they're really boundary void right now, Andrew. But what they need to do is try to keep rotating it.
Yeah, I think that's important. Get those singles in. Graves has started well here. 3 4s and 1 6 in the innings. Well, will that change? It does! Maximum, beautifully played indeed by Chad Williams. We know he's a dangerous batsman, and we saw it on display with that shot.
I can tell you he's a very unorthodox player coming out to the blue there, and that one giving a bit of air there from Graves and Chad Williams. He was all over that one and struck it straight, Andrew, just over the bowler's head and into the side screen for another maximum. Good shot.
But he goes again. More success. Given some air. And Williams hits the ball high over the top of wide long off. That's goal for the maximum. Into the stands. Well done, young man.
So that's the type of player that he is. Like you said, he can get on with it. So that's another towering shot. So at the end of it, Andrew, it's 59 for 2. That's the halfway stage. And we were asking, why would we send someone like Chad Williams in? But now you've got the depth of someone like Goodrich at the back end of the innings. So he's coming and he's looking to do the job, and 2 towering sixes in that over.
Well, in the semi-finals at Weymouth, he played an important knock to get them over the line. First 4 deliveries, just 3 runs coming. The last 2, 12. So overall 15 in the over. I'm a little bit surprised that Graves actually threw the ball in the air for the last one. Now it looks as if it's Boyce who's going to come back in the attack, the left arm medium fast bowler. Bowled pretty well at the top. Will bowl his 3rd over. So 8 gone, 59 for 2.
Yeah, good change up here. Like you said, he's got the variations on Ricardo Boyce, and coming now from the Malcolm Marshall end, he would have started at the Joel Garner end. So we'd be interested to see if he continues to get that movement that he was getting a bit earlier.
Well, he starts with a wide. By Codrington doing the finals. Good to see him in the big times. The banker. So you can bank on him. Used to be a pretty decent player for the BCL. You played against him?
I played with him as well.
And Spartan
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
You notice the order I called it, BCL then Spartan. School South. Yeah, good player. You played against him?
Played quite a lot against Sherwin, Harrison College boy as well, and we would have played against him in the under-19s for Coach and Parry, also in the Division 1 levels. He started at BCL, like Harold rightfully said, and I was there for a while when he was there.
More runs. This is going to hurt towards the boundary. We'll get a second comfortably. Backward square has to do some work. Moving to the left. How good was Codrington? Was he a batsman?
He was a batsman, opening batsman actually. He was a very good player.
Useful cricketer? Okay. He actually played for Spartan for a little while. Spartan, of course, is one of the more popular clubs in Barbados, Spartan Empire.
Quite a few Spartan men in the box, but that Spooner is very much here with us, Andrew.
He's bowled in! Absolutely beautiful piece of bowling. And there's Agard with his middle stump plucked out of the ground in spectacular fashion.
Like I said, this player, Ricardo's Boyce, a man who's doing the job for the UWI teams, come back into the attack and pick up the wicket on immediate success for him. That ball delivery just moving back into the left-handed Agard and removing his middle stump, Andrew. What a sight to see for the fast bowler. But like we said, he's coming to the fore himself, Ricardo Boyce, and he's really showing his skill set on this forum here.
Yeah, well, the delivery, yeah, you're right. He fell as he bowled it. But it was one that cut back at the left hand and bowled the middle stump with camera work there. So it means now that the score is 62 for 3. Let me remind you that some 16 overs available and still no Boyce. In fact, we've got Boyce 2 for 15. Talk about Goodrich that you would think perhaps will come. Now Bishop is the batsman, Najee Bishop. Of course, one of those that would have left St. Catherine's as well. And that time when I think as many as 6 players, six or so left St. Catherine's and went to Windward. But it's really worked very well for the Winward club. One of the better teams down in the elite competition. And then the finals. Congratulations to them.
Indeed, like we said, just gaining promotion a few seasons back to the elite division and showing how good they are to reach this stage of the competition and just probably the second year of this competition. So good to see them here and putting out quite a few players on show, Andrew, albeit a few of them coming from your former St. Catherine.
They may get a second round there, they will. The ball was not timed. Sometimes you don't time a ball, you actually get a second run. That was from the bottom back, went down towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket had to come a long way in, long on as well. They converge. And young Najee Bishop out of 6 roads in St. Philip He's off the mark. First ball. Oh, that's a good shot. Well played. He's a player with lots of ability. We'll get a second here. Haven't seen him for quite a while at St. Catharines. I know his ability.
Yeah, it was a nice shot there, Andrew, but the outfield a bit slow. Obviously, all the overnight rains and more early morning rains have really slowed up the outfield. So that was a flowing shot on a given day. He would have enjoyed the value for that one.
Of course, we just had our lunch tickets coming from the BCA, a lovely lady in the back there. Do you know the lady? Do you know her name?
Shari.
Shari. Hello, Shari. She came and gave us our lunch tickets. We won't give Harold Easterman any lunch today. Tends to have pudding and sauce on a Saturday. Look for second here. No, they won't.
Kensington Oval, Andrew, is one of those outfields where they've got lots of gaps, and that's where you can pick up quite a lot of tools. So you just need to time it here, like you said, get it into the gaps, and you should keep scoring rather than trying to get all the big shots. But if you just place it nicely on the spaces on this outfield, you can get some tools.
So one to coming over number 9. A reminder that 16 available. Winward scoring at a current rate of 7.58. Want to get it up to 8 or 9, I would think. Pretty close to 10.
Yeah, you would need to get it in that area. The thing, like we said, Duckworth Lewis would definitely come into the equation here as we had a reduction. So you want to get it up to the 10s.
You're right about that assessment. So Carlo Boyce out of St. Lucy's Bowell. He's picked up 2 for 20. Ball into Williams. Now that's hit away. It should be taken. It is. Good catch taken down in the cover boundary. That's an important wicket to get because we know that Williams is a dangerous batsman, and that man again, Boyce, in the picture.
Again, just using that off-stump line, and that one's, like I said, there's a big boundary on that offside there, Andrew. You saw Bishop trying to hit that one a long way over, sorry, Williams it is, trying to hit that one over the cover area, and so went to Jeremiah, who's stuck out there on that fence, Andrew. But a good wicket again for that man, Boyce. You see it here, wide outside the off-stump. He went after it, and all he could do was find that man on the deep point boundary. Jeremiah settling under it and taking a comfortable catch in the end, and he's got to go as well for Chad Williams, 13 with 2 towering sixes. But now it brings that man that you've been asking for, Amari Goodrich. He makes his way to the middle.
Well, whenever he comes to the middle, there's always some excitement. He'll excite the taste buds, hit the ball all over the place. Last weekend in Banghall Country, it was an assault, really. 3s and 4s. Actually, the ball into Queen Mary Road and attempted to hit one up in the Pine. Got 121. Just trying to remember how many balls he faced. Let's double check that. But he comes at a time when his side in a spot of bother, Winward's at 67 for 4. He's got to come good here, I would imagine, Andy Payne.
Yeah, he's got to bat down to the end, but a good change up from that southern end there by the U.W.I to get their opening bowler and Ricardo Boyce back into the attack. And how good was he coming in and picking up those 2 crucial wickets in the mid-period there? So it's really set the Winward team back. They probably got Amari Goodrich into the crease sooner than they really would have wanted him to. They probably would have wanted him for the last 5 overs or so, but now he's got quite a job to go, and they've gone back for Bishop.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment because they're losing wicket. 67 for 4 is not a good score. So what do you do here now? Do you launch an attack or do you just work the ball around? I would think that Bishop's role would be that, and maybe allow Amari Goodrich to see what he can do. He was absolutely brilliant. I mean, I never seen a display like that. I've been doing cricket for quite a long time. He actually declared all-out war like Bounty Killer, and someone said he was Sweet to the belly like Vibes Cartel. You know Vibes Cartel?
Well, of course, Andrew. Did
Really?
you go to the show here?
You know that Sweet to the belly?
Sweet to the belly.
I'm old, but I still know these young people's songs, eh?
And that's the fall of another wicket, Andrew.
Yep. So simple. A victim of his own indiscretion. That's naughty by Bishop. You just lost a wicket, the wicket of Williams. You can't play that kind of shot. And what it has done now is that Winward at 67 for 5, they become rather wayward.
Very wayward indeed, Andrew. You need to bat deep. You need to take it down to the back end. Like you said, Goodrich, he's just come to the crease. He's the man for that job. Like you said, Bishop probably should be there just trying to work it around, give him the strike. But see him here trying to hit that one over the deep mid-wicket area. Like we said, Joshua Bishop is such a clever type of bowler. You see him just taking the pace out of that one, and all he was good enough to succumb to Zion Brafitt there on the deep mid-wicket area.
Harold Eastman, the noted statistician who, of course, has been around for quite a long time, Harold?
Yeah, it's a game. Cricket now is a game of tactics. The least amount of overs that the Winward team lose because of the LS method will increase their scoring if they lose. But if they are almost bowled out, it's not going to prove anything. The fact that the rain came during their innings.
I see. That's an interesting point you're making. But they're now, the innings is very much at the crossroads, 67 for the loss of 5. And the only crossroads I know is Crossroads in Jamaica. It was there a week and a half ago. So, what do you do now? No batsman coming to the crease?
Rico Wiggins.
He will, I think, want to reconstruct the innings here because they're in strife. Winward in strife. Makes sense to bat with common sense. Work the ball around, get singles. Amari Boyce is a big hitter. Give him support.
Goodrich.
I said Boyce. Goodrich, of course. One who has a lot of ability. So it's about giving him support now, I would think.
Like we said, you got to bat them down deep, Andrew. And they said Joshua Bishop, a quality bowler at this level, you don't want to give the wicket away to him like John Bishop did. Left-hander bowling to him, like they said nowadays in the matchup, you just want to keep rotating it, working those balls into the mid-wicket lawn area and picking up the ones and keep Bishop out. We saw Graves coming and proving that expensive. You want to bat until he comes in again.
He's off the mark immediately, the big man.
So just losing the plot quite a way in the middle there, losing quite a few quick wickets in that period and really setting themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, you're right about that assessment. Wiggins with this, as we said, just working around. 3 wickets for 5 runs, says Harold Eastman, our statistician. A single. That with a washpan of common sense. Work it around, get the singles. Lot of balls left. Sometimes cricketers don't realize how many are left. In fact, after this, we've got another, 6 overs left?
That's correct. 6.2 overs remaining in this innings, and you want to take it as deep as you can. Like Harold rightfully said, keep wickets in the back as well.
That's it with tremendous power. Just one. Long on comes across, make the stop.
Yeah, Jonathan Carter proving that he's still one of the quicker men around the outfield, moving very swiftly there to his left and cutting that one off. But you see Goodrich and Goodnick hitting that one off the middle down the track. A positive shot.
So Bishop with the last ball of the over. Just 4 runs from the over. Can he finish this over strongly? We shall see. Ball into Wiggins. And he does. They look for a second here. Long off has some work to do. They get a second. Good aggressive running to end the over. A good one for Bishop. 10 gone. 75 for the loss of 5.
Yes, a good bowling there again by Joshua Bishop. Like we said, he's a quality bowler. He's got the experience. And you saw someone like young Najee Bishop there trying to take on his namesake and trying to hit that one over mid-wicket. What was a call for at the time, Andrew? He just lost 2 wickets in the previous over from Ricardo Boyce. And he just needed to give the button a bit of a partnership was required between that pair. That wasn't the case. Bishop tried to go after Joshua Bishop and losing his wicket in the interim. And he had to go. But U.W.I will feel that they're in a good position at 73 for 5. Still 6 overs remaining. There's a current run rate is some 7.3. They want to get it up to something like 9-10. But it seems like they've also introduction of a new bowler from that the Malcolm Marshall in Zion Braffett. So Zion Braffett coming into the attack for the first time today. Right hand medium pacer. Be interested to see how he goes. So lovely shot there from Amari Goodridge. The ball short outside the off stump. He had a whiff, albeit it coming off the bottom edge of the bat. And Goodridge was in a good position to hit that one past the man at backward point, Joshua Bishop, and into the boundary for 4. Looks like Graves on that point boundary couldn't save that one. But have a look at this, a delivery short and wide outside the off stump. Almost would have been called a wide if he had missed that. And Graves putting the slide in but can't pull that one in. And the first boundary off the first ball. So, Zion Braffett under some pressure after that first ball 4. You saw him attempted a slow bouncer there, but Goodridge, like we said, he's such a touring player. Goodridge, he's got a lot of intent in him. He's also got a lot of presence in the middle, if you could add. And you saw that short ball not bother him whatsoever. Good enough to hit it down to the long area to pick up a single. Brings Rico Wiggins into strike. Like we said, Wiggins' job here should just be to rotate the strike, try to get Goodridge on strike as much as he can, and try to bat it as deep in the innings as he could. So, Wiggins just pulled out of the line of that delivery just as Braffett was about to deliver that one. He'd actually bowled it. Dead ball being signaled there by Sherwin Codrington, the umpire. But he was late to pull out of that. Could have been a bit dangerous there. You see the wicket keeper having a word with Kyle Corbin. Don't know what that's all about. But Zion Braffett is not very happy as young Wiggins just pulled out of the strike as he was about to deliver that one. So he's back to the top of his mark now. It's a wayward delivery. Down the leg side and wide. Zion Braffett not being able to get his radar going so far in this over. Seems to be a bit bothered by the bowler run-up as you see him there in the crease, just trying to do some repair work with his footing. So he's not very happy with his landing, obviously, Zion Braffett. But the delivery, very wayward delivery. If you look into the U.W.I dugout here, Coach Pedro Collins, you see him just having a word with the reserves. Short delivery from Braffett. Obviously, this is the ploy. You've seen him got a man at fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on. So obviously his plan is the short ball plan to young Rico Wiggins to see how well he can exploit it. Definitely the short ball plan to bowl to Wiggins. You see young Zion Braffett again hammering that one into the wicket. Just beating his man outside the off stump. Rightfully so, Amari Goodridge coming to have a word with him. You see there's lots of gaps in this onside on the outfield. You just need to get some bat on and get a move on. You're not trying to challenge that boundary on the legs like we said. It's the biggest set part of the ground for today's match as the pitch is furthest on the eastern side. And that's it. He got a bit of bat onto that one and pick up a single in the interim. So a single, the score moves up to 80 for 5. Wiggins, he's on 5 off 6 deliveries, but it brings that danger man and Amari Goodrich into strike. He's on 7 off 4. The run rate is 7.3. He's still got another 5 overs and 1 ball remaining here in this innings, and they want to take it as deep as they can. The Windward side being inserted to bat by U.W.I. So good delivery there by Zion Bradford to close out over number 11. At the end of it, U.W.I being inserted to bat. They're 80 for 5. So the manual scoreboard over there just showing 80 for 5. The Winward side being inserted to bat. This is Joshua Bishop. He's going to continue to bowl. He's going to bowl his 4 as a maximum. So 1 bowler permitted to bowl 4 in this innings of 16 overs. And they've entrusted Joshua Bishop to do that job. He's into his 4th. A single by Wiggins. Brian Amari Goodrich back into strike. Goodrich, he said how destructive he was last weekend. He's trying to hit that one over the long on area. Just falling short at that man down there in Carter. So just another single. But Bishop into his final over. He said he's bowled before this some 3.2 overs, 1 for 16. The aim here is probably just to get Bishop out of the attack. Like we said, someone's got to bowl those back overs. Quicker delivery, beating Wiggins outside the off stump. Not cleanly taken by Shakir Paris. Player of good all-round ability. He's got 2 wickets in this competition, and now he's entrusted to have the gloves. A swing and a miss. So Bishop just pushing and pulling, as we say, just taking the pace out of that one, and saw Wiggins get into the shot before it was there, trying to take on that leg side. Get a single, as that one was a quick one under the cage, and then he was able to get it off the outside edge and squeeze it to that man, that short third man. Looked like Dakker's there. So 1 more run. 83 for 5. Joshua Bishop doing a good job here. About to complete his 4th over. How well has he bowled? Powerfully struck there by Goodrich, but can't beat that man on the cover boundary in Zion Bradford. So he's completed his spell. The score is 84 for 5 at the end of the 12 overs. Bradford, his spell is, Joshua Bishop, his spell has come to end. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18, 84 for 5. Look at that scoreboard. Seth Agar, he's been the best batsman so far. He's got 22 off 27. Tennyson Roach Jr., 14 off 12. Chad Williams, 13 off 9 with those 2 towering 6s. But the job to be done here by Amari Goodrich and Rico Wiggins. As it's 84 for 5. Some 12 overs go on a 16 over assignment. It looks like Dockers being introduced to the attack from the Malcolm Marshall in. So just that 1 over for Bradford, who did a good job. 7 runs coming out of his over, but it's Dakker's back for his 2nd. As we've got a change in the chair, the love man, Donovan Lovell. Welcome, Don.
Good afternoon to you and our viewers. Certainly the U.W.I side, as a unit, and the bowling wise, they're doing pretty good. They have the brakes on. The Winward batters, who seem to be in a hurry really, We were hoping that Seth Agard would have been the one to hang around there along with Roach to get them up to a good score. But Seth seemed to be looking for the big hits. And in the end, he was dismissed along with Roach, putting the pressure on the lower order. But Goodrich, he has the ability to still, he can do it.
So no ball being delivered there by Dockers. Delivery pitched on about the leg stump and just beating him and going through the keeper, but albeit the overstepping the front crease, so he's infringed the front crease and a no ball. So a free hit coming out to Goodrich, who needs no invitation for a free hit. So it'd be interesting to see how Dockers goes about this.
Yeah, certainly. He's one who's always ready, who's always in, looking for that maximum. So hopefully he'll be looking to cash in here on this free hit.
So you'd be disappointed not to get anything onto that one. So Dockers, again, doing very useful work. He started this over with a wayward delivery and then the new ball, but he's got away with it for the free hit. So he's bowled a dot ball in the interim. So a good combat there for Dockers. Goodrich not being able to get away that one.
Yes, certainly a good delivery on that middle stump and looking to hit the super mid wicket, Goodrich. But I've been very impressed with Bishop. He's been pretty good. He's been pretty accurate, giving little or nothing away. Boyce as well, he's been pretty impressive. So as a unit, doing pretty good with the ball.
So this is a good over turning out here by Dockers. You've got 2 dot balls in succession. You see him just getting the ball to come back in there to Goodrich again. And Goodrich probably getting through the shots a bit too early. Definitely trying to get after Dockers. But 2 good deliveries in the end and not being able to get any back onto them.
Yeah, looking to push on, looking to get in the region 120, 130, 140, hopefully. About 3 wickets for Boyce. Really a pretty good spell by him. From the beginning, he was pretty accurate, giving little or nothing away. So he been having a good day so far with the ball.
But Don was interested that these bowlers now here should be under a lot of pressure. You saw just one over from Braffett. Then you just seen one ball by Graves. And now Dockers is into his second. What I can tell you is that both Boyce and Joshua Bishop, they've bowled their quota, because in this innings of 16 overs, one bowler is permitted to bowl 4 overs, and the remaining bowlers could bowl up to a maximum of 3 overs apiece.
3 overs. Yeah, but I was surprised when Dockers bowled his first over. He started with a wide, 2 wides, then he was pretty accurate, and he closed out the over. Really good as far as I was concerned. I was surprised to see that then they brought Graves from his end, took him off. I was thinking to probably give him another over, but then Graves went for, I think it was about 14 or so in his over, thus bowling 1 over. So that was a little surprising to me. High in the air and the catch taken, and really again looking to push on. Wiggins looking to hit that one out of the ground. And the catch taken, it looks like Joshua Bishop. So another wicket down for the Winward side. They continue to struggle here, Andy. And really, I wonder if it's the nerves of a final. Many of them being in the final for the first time. But indeed, in terms of batting, not a very good batting display. A miss of very good bowling from U.W.I.
It's a good bowling indeed, you must say. But obviously, I think they've misread the plan here. Again, a wide delivery from Dockers, a bit slower, and you saw Wiggins just trying to hit that one somewhere over the cover area, spooling off the outside edge, and a well-taken catch at the end by Joshua Bishop, who, like we said, is a very good player. Don, a comfortable catch for him at the end, but very much misreading the script here. It's got so much room in the outfield. All I think they should be doing here is at least allowing to pick up the 1s and 2s. We said Graves, he's got to come back into the attack. Goodrich, he's there. He's one who can really get after the off spinner. And to lose wickets at such intervals, again, Duckworth Lewis is going to come into the equation here, Don. And if you lose a plethora of wickets at the back end, obviously you know your score would even increase at the end.
Yes, certainly. I thought when Seth Agard and Captain Thames were together, I thought that was a partnership. Push it around, get your 1s, get your 2s. You're going to get the bad delivery and build a foundation from there. But they were content on looking for boundaries.
So Jaden Roberts is a new batter in. He's one as well who can get on with it, but I don't think that's required directly. No, they try to get the score up to 100 and they think anything over. But this period, they need to try to bat as deep as they can. Roberts and Goodrich, two good players who can really get after it, but they need to take it deep.
Yeah, certainly with 3 overs after this one remaining. Well, Goodrich, as you know, can hit it a far bit. But that partnership was crucial for me between Agard and Captain Roach.
Yeah, there's still 19 balls in this innings, Don. They need to think like that.
It's a good shot out to mid-wicket. Back quite comfortable in the end for the 2. Direct hit. But the batter certainly in past that popping crease. So certainly with 3 overs remaining, 90 for 6. Really hoping that they can get anywhere in the region of 120, 125.
That's correct. With some 18 balls to bowl, you must think that you're thinking 2 runs a ball to try to get it up there down to over that 120 target. These 2 players are players who I think have got it in them to take your score there, but it needs to carry it all the way down. Looks like Graves being reintroduced into the attack. He's been a bit expensive in his only over so far. He's gone for 15 runs, and he's well beyond some pressure.
Yeah, certainly the batter's looking to cash in here. 6 wickets down can tell you they're going to go for broke. Starts well. Pushing through that delivery. The over he bowled before, he gave the ball some air and some loop, and he paid for it. This time around, just pushing it through a quicker delivery.
That's a long way outside the off step. You see him going around the wicket, Don, just trying to push it across the right-hand batter with some pace as well. Obviously, he's not very inclined to give it the air that he gave in his first over, as he knows these 2 players are 2 players who can really hit a long ball.
And if they're going to hit, you're going to force them to hit to the longer side, which is the leg side. Force them to clear that area.
Murray Goodrich continues to show his power delivery. Ball short, and he was on the back foot and hit that one a long way down into the stands over that long on the area for a maximum. What an impressive shot by the young man. He has so much time to do it.
Yeah, certainly. But I think what Graves needs to do here, he must be fullish, quickish to Goodrich. If he's going to flight, if he's going to give him arms, he's going to pay the price. Full and straight at that middle stump.
Well, Goodrich, he should know him well. He would have played with a university side up to this season. So he's against some of his former teammates here. As you see him getting on the back foot and hitting that one into the extra cover area, looking for a second. It's not on, but now the overthrow comes. So 2 runs in the end. He was just looking for that second run. It wasn't on, but the overthrow, ball coming into the bowler from Zion Braffett on the cover area, and Graves not being able to hold on to it and the overthrow in the end.
Yeah, so a good delivery from Graves, a quicker delivery, and not giving Goodrich a chance to get under the delivery. That's very, very important. So he needs to continue in that vein. Full, straight, or if he's going to come wideish, where the gully or the fly slip could come into play. Well bowled.
That's a good delivery. Ball it into the pitch and ask him to cut. I don't think he'd be able to cut him for 6. So good delivery on that occasion.
Wideish as well.
Indeed.
That's important. So a good comeback from Graves. Let's see how he's going to close it out. 1 legal delivery remaining in the 14th. Well bowled again. Quicker delivery outside the off stump. So pretty good in the end. Closing it out 99 for 6. 2 overs remaining. You're gonna bet. You're gonna take a bet here, Andy. They're gonna get up to 120.
They need to get up to 120. I'm not gonna bet, Don. I can tell you, 3 sixes in this remaining 12 balls will take you pretty much there. And I think these are 2 players that have that in their armory.
Yeah, certainly. But I really must say again, there's been really some very, very impressive, very, very impressed with the way the U.W.I bowlers have gone about their job today. And Bishop, he's been very impressive. Boyce as well. Dackers as well started down the leg side, but you know he's finished off pretty well. and young Zion Braffett, one who I think is one for the future. And so really very impressive in terms of the bowling as a unit, the U.W.I side.
I'm sure Coach Pedro Collins and Elbar, they'll be very happy with how the bowlers have executed to their plans. You saw that short ball plan from Zion Braffett asking the batters to hit to the big end. So we see how Dockers will be going here.
Good again, Yorker length delivery. Peel for it's given out. LBW, so a good delivery. Foolish in the block hole. That's where he wanted to be, so he continues to bowl well. And that one hitting him in front. And the umpire said, yes, you're out. So he must go 99 now for 7. And the slump continues and really struggling in terms of batting.
So yes, Don, that's the end of Jaden Roberts' innings there. He's got to go. Like before wicket to Dockers, he said how they executed the plans. Obviously you can see Dockers' plan is to bowl it full and into the block hole there. And you see him, Roberts failing to get any bat onto that one. And umpire Sherwin Codrington says that that's the end of him. So further trouble, the Windward side on 99 for 7. You've still got some 11 deliveries remaining in this innings, but they're losing wickets and they're losing them at some regular intervals.
Yes, they certainly needed a partnership at some point. They really needed a partnership. And then when they lost Shad Williams, who's been batting pretty good as well this season, when they lost that wicket as well, that was also a crucial wicket really at that point. And Goodrich having to try to do it at the end, but really the U.W.I bowlers have maintained good lines, good lengths. That's very, very, very important. So it's been very, very good work as Dackard continues to bowl in that block hole area.
And Jarian Hoyt, he's in and he's out. One ball done, first delivery, a ball pitched up again, trying to hit that one down the ground, and succumbs to an easy catch there at the cover area. So further trouble for the Windward side. They've now lost yet another one, 99 for.
So easy as you can get it, looking to hit this one over cover, not succeeding at all, as you quite rightfully said, in and out as easy as that. So the woes continue for the side from St. Philip Windward Cricket Club, and really I would imagine, as we see here, easy looking to hit this one over cover. The catch taken quite easily in the end. Another wicket goes down, so it's telling me that the occasion of a final probably could be the reason. Nerves not being settled here at Kensington Oval, the Windward Cricket Club. The batters never suggested permanence. They never suggested they wanted to be there. And as I said before, the partnership between Seth Agard and Captain Tennyson Roach, that would have been the one for me. Then they lost Shad Williams, who was quite capable as well as pushing it up, of pushing on. And when he was gone, certainly the writing was on the wall, and the score would suggest that 99 for 8. They're certainly under pressure and they're struggling.
Yes, so is Matthew Allen is a new batter in. I tell you what, Dockers, he's on a hat trick here, Don. Be interested to see how you go about it. But a little bit of carelessness there on the part of Jarian Hoyt. You want to try to get Amari Goodrich on strike. You don't want to take him on there, and you see him going for that big shot. Easy catch for Tavernier in the end, and further trouble there for the Windward side, 99 for 8.
Seems as though they pressed the panic button from early when there was no need to press that panic button. He's on a hat trick. See how it goes.
So, hat trick averted. A ball pitched full outside the off stump, and so Allen, yet another left-hander in this Windward Island, this Windward team. The 100 comes up. 100 off of 14.3 overs, done some 74 minutes. 100 for 8. And Allen, he's off the mark, but it brings Goodrich into strike.
So psychologically speaking, the 100 is there. So we'll see how it goes from here. But really and truthfully, then they lost their player coach, Jafari Toppin, who normally gives them that good start. I really felt then that somebody had to rebuild, and they never did.
What a towering shot there by that man Goodridge. A ball pitched full up, Don, and he's hit that one a long way and straight back over the bowler's head, over that Copeland, Cozier and short media center for a big hit. I tell you, this man has got it in him. All they needed to do was get him on strike, and as soon as he got there, Don, what did the man do?
Strong lad. He hit that one miles over long on for 6. And I know sometimes you might have your plans, but sometimes you can't always stick to the script. Sometimes you have to make that adjustment. And when you were losing those wickets, as you see here, this one struck firmly far and wide over long on. The fielder can only look to see where it's gone, some in the region of the Hansel yard. So you can't always stick to the script. When you realize you were losing wickets and your overs were just leaving you, this is when a guy like Amari Goodridge should have come to the middle. Try to see if you can get that momentum back in your favor in terms of a strong lad who can hit the ball pretty far to see if you can get yourself back into the game. So sometimes we can't always stick to the script. We have to capture as the game unfolds.
Yeah, but in saying that, he's lost quite a few wickets around him, Don. All I thought someone needed to do was stick around there with Amari Goodridge, and he still will be as destructive. You have got wickets in the hatch, and then probably now he'll be able to go harder. What he can't afford to do here now is lose his wicket because there's nothing else behind him. So a bit of poor batting between those batters in the middle who batted around him. So he's lost too many wickets around him, but he's still very much there. Don, what I can tell you though, the first 50 for the Winward side came up off some 50 balls, and then the second 50 to bring the score up to 100 come off some 46 balls. So there's still another 8 deliveries left in this innings, and if that man Amari Goodridge is there to the end, we can see how he can get the score beyond the 120 mark that you're asking for.
I think he is not. You don't really have a choice now. He really has to find to see if he can get at least 20 more runs really. So he's going to have to go hard. That's the position he's in, and hopefully, as far as he is concerned, he can do that and get some more runs on the tins.
So you should get 2 for that one, Don. Trying to hit that one off. He's run out, actually. Trying to come back for a second. Amari Goodridge, a ball pitched middle to the pitch. He's trying to hit it over the mid-wicket area. Wasn't able to get hold of all of it. And then he's going for a second run, as you saw Tavernier coming in from that deep mid-wicket area, getting a good throw into Shakir Paris. And he's got to go. Lost his wicket via the run-out route. Another wicket goes for the Windward side.
Yeah, but really he had no choice, really. He had to look for the boundaries as that one went out to mid-wicket. He had to come back for the second. He's the one who's going to do it in terms of getting those additional runs. So really, he had to come back for the second. Unfortunate for him, he didn't make his ground. But a very good attempt from him in the context of the match. 26 he made. As we see, he's going for that big shot over mid-wicket, not getting it off the middle of the bat, but had to come back for the second, really. Had to be the man on strike to close out, really. So you can't fault him for that. The return is going to come in, and this is a pretty good one. Good cricket in the outfield from the U.W.I fielders. In terms of the catching, they were spot on today. In terms of the bowling, and they were good as well, and you can tell that they're the more experienced side, and of course they have won this competition on a few occasions, so you can tell the experience is there, and they're certainly showing it today against an inexperienced side.
So there you see it, the last batter in of Kobe Critchlow Bayer. He's got to go. Short delivery, trying to pull that one over square leg. All he was getting enough to do is hit it back up to the bowler, who's took the catch on the return catch coming in. And they've all out done 107 of some 15 overs. Some 8 runs in that over, and still 4 wickets. 4 wickets in that over as well, Don. A bit of poor batting there by the Windward side.
Yeah, certainly. I put it down to one, inexperience, two, being on the big stage for the first time in terms of a final. As we see, Dockers is in. This one getting the top edge and going high in the air, and the Cotton Bowl. So a good performance, as I said. But it shows in terms of inexperienced one, the fact that they are in the finals for the first time too. And really, from early, it seems as though the nerves never settle, and the batters just really found themselves after losing the talisman in their player coach to Fry Toppin. As far as I'm concerned, it seems as though they pressed that panic button too early, and the likes of Seth Agard, who's quite capable of scoring and scoring quickly, along with Tennyson Rhodes. I really thought that was a partnership that should have really gotten them out of the hole they dug themselves in.
Don, what you got to make mention of this man, young Anthony Dockers out of Jamaica, picking up a 5-wicket haul at the end here. He picked up some 5 for 22 off his 3 overs. Remember, the allotment was 4 overs for maximum for 1 bowler, and the remaining 4 bowlers could have bowled up to 3 overs. And Dockers, he came into that over with some 2 wickets. He picked up some 3 wickets in this his final over to pick up a 5-wicket haul.
Yes, sir, he did well. He started from the northern end and started with a couple wides, but then he settled down wonderfully, and he was moved from the northern end, switched to the south, and he really came back and bowled some good deliveries in terms of the block hole. Difficult to score off of, really did pretty well, and in the end he deserved that 5-wicket haul. But you must mention Ricardo Boy's 3 overs, no maidens, 3 for 20. He was good as well at the top. Joshua Bishop, brilliant. 4 overs he sent down, but in terms of variety, and he was pretty good. So the target is 109 based on the Duckworth and Lewis system. So the target is 109. And so I really felt that the U.W.I side as a unit, they were very, very, very impressive.
Impressive indeed. So the target, like you rightly said, Don, 109 the target. Duckworth Lewis calculations coming into play, being bowled out in some 15 overs of the allotted 16, the Windward side, after being invited to bat by the U.W.I Cafield guys. So impressive bowling, like you said, rightfully by that man Anthony Dockers, picking up a 5 for 22 off his 3 overs allotment, and rightfully so. Ricardo Boy's 3 for 22 from his 3. I tell you, they'd be very disappointed, the Winward side, coming to this final and failing in this tournament. Don, I tell you, we had a few other 5-wicket hauls in the competition earlier, as Harold Eastman is giving us some stats.
Yeah, certainly. With best bowling figures here, I'll give them quickly. Sachin Clark from Maple, 5 for 15 versus St. Catherine's. And Jetario Prescott, 5 for 27. Pickwick versus Wonders. And Dante Niles, 4 for 7. Carlton versus Maple. Dario Seal, 4 for 9. St. Catherine's versus Maple. Matthew Jones, 4 for 11. Gladiola versus Boscobel. And Miguel Cummins, the former Barbados and West Indies player, 4 for 14. Gladiola versus Boscobel. And Daniel Bob, 4 for 24. Carlton versus Maple. Kimo Jordan, 4 for 29. Boscobel versus Police. So in terms of good bowling performances, do you have a list of those? But really, quickly, I'm going to give you the bowling card for the U.W.I side. Taj Tavernier, 2 overs, no middles, none for 13. Ricardo Boyce, 3 overs, no middles, 3 for 20. Joshua Bishop, 4 overs, no middles, 1 for 18. Anthony Dockers, 3 overs, no middles, 5 for 22. Romario Graves, 2 overs, no middles, none for 23. Isaiah Bradford, he had that 1 over that cost 7 runs. And so I'm joined here by Andrew Mason. Indeed, in terms of display of batting, I will imagine that the nerves probably got the better of the Winward batting side.
Yes, you know, in experience, they've done well since they've gone into the high level, but yeah, in experience, really, 107 would be a very big disappointment for them. And interesting in terms of the construct of the batting orders, I thought that Roberts is good enough to bat a little bit higher on the side, but overall, it was a disappointing performance by Winward, and would have to do a lot, in my view, to win this.
Yeah, certainly. But Jafari Toppin, the player coach, the one who has been giving them that good start throughout the season, he went early, and I believe that when he departed, panic stepped in.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, spot on as you. That's it. I mean, that's not good batting at all by Toppin. Ball full and losing his shape, and got out. That was beautifully played on the line of legs and whipped away over the wicket for the first maximum of the innings. And well, it was too short. Oh, I would have even feel that. Oh no, come on, that's naughty. Going down towards mid-wicket. Bishop the bowler. Too short, banged away. Through point, that's gone for 4. Backers from Jamaica. That was hit high in the air. Chance for a catch. Catch taken about that mid on there. Johnson Carter, the veteran.
Easy catch.
There again, a big 6. Given too much air by Graves. And again, too much air. Hit away. Over wide, long off. That's Williams. Now, Boyce has been a good bowler. Bang on target. Chance for a catch, a cover catch taken inside the boundary. More trouble for the Winward side. Bishop again. No, that's a good old cow swipe. Catch taken up at wicket. Pin across the line. Oh, that's gone square in the offside. Oh, naughty again. Should have stopped that. No, that's in the air for a long time. Tailed away towards this square leg area. And the catch taken. And towards cover. Chance for a run out. This is a big wicket. And indeed, good cricket indeed on the part of U.W.I. Now that's a bad delivery and put away. Now Roberts may consider himself to be a bit unlucky. Hit full. There's a suggestion might have been just sliding down the leg side. He looked a bit disappointed. Dackers again. Easy catch. Taken up at cover. That's not the way to play. The Jamaican. We'll be looking for more success here as that ball is hit away down towards the cover area. Now we know that Goodrich is a strong batsman, hits the ball very, very powerfully. But look at this. He's in trouble. Oh, second run was not on. Well, that's going to be taken by the bowler. Yes, gone, caught. And in the end, 107 all out in a situation where they might have done much better. 6.81 required. And when you look at it, certainly some good bowling by Dackers. He would have played in the breakout league. Your impressions of the young man?
Yeah, certainly. He started from the northern end, a bit wayward, a couple wides, but then he settled down beautifully. He was switched from this end after 1 over. Graves came into the attack, was punished, and he came back from the south Dackers, and he was very, very impressive. Deliveries in the block hole, full and quick and difficult to handle.
Yeah, I thought he bowled very well, and as we said, played in the breakout league. Coming into the U.W.I side, 108 is the magic number for them. You will want to 109, is that correct? 109, let's make the correction, 109 for victory. And you would think that the U.W.I should go on to win. Cricket is a funny game. The players are having, I don't think it's lunchtime anymore. It's really maybe an early supper. What we're going to do, we're going to continue this train. We're going to go back to the under-19 finals. Queen's College are playing against Foundation. Well, the weather is brilliant, and we're here for the finals of the under-19 competition. It's Queen's College up against Foundation. And already we are getting ready for the action. We've got the captain of the Queen's College side, Preston Clark, and of course we've also got the captain of the Foundation side, one who is very well known, Joshua Dawn, and the reserve umpire, Basil Clark. Time for the toss. Preston? Here we go. Let's have a look to see exactly who won that toss. The reserve umpire confirming that the toss won by. So Foundation, you've won the toss. Oh, okay, fine. So that's information that has been given a little earlier. You won the toss. What is your decision?
We're going to have a bat first. Pitch looks pretty good one. Looks pretty hard. Doesn't look like any moisture in it. Just want to go here. Good towards my board. Then our borders come back here.
And you've had a pretty good time with the competition so far. What do you have to do today to beat Queen's College?
Nothing different. It's just another cricket game to me, to the fellas. We just got to come out and do what we've been doing the whole tournament. We should come out on top.
And of course, you're looking forward to the support of Foundation.
Yeah, of course. You know, sport is always good. Even in the final, it's even better.
Tell us about some of the top players in your side.
You know, we have Kevin Newton, Aki McCulling, Daniel Doken, Kobe Critchlow Boyer, Ronaldo Bourne, Miro Stoke, and just the whole team as a whole. Go playing 11 today.
Well, I wish you all the best. Of course, you've got tough opponents. Preston Clark, come forward, my friend. He is the captain of the Foundation, the captain of the Queen's College side. Talk to me in relation to the decision. Had you won the toss, what would you have done?
I probably would have done the same thing as Joshua today. Pitch looks to be pretty flat, looks to be a brilliant day for cricket. But I back the boys, I back the abilities to be able to bowl them out and chase down any tool that they put on the board.
Tell us about some of your players.
Before I start, I'd like to say everybody in this team has a role. But in terms of semi-stat players, we have Damani Roach, captain of Barbados Youth B. We also have Zandre Baptiste, who was another spinner on that Barbados under-17 team that were double champions. We have Jordan Graham, who's another member of that Barbados under-15 team. Seth Smith, but he's not in the site today actually. And then we have Raphael Lovell, captain of the Barbados under-15s. So.
Yeah, and this pitch looks good if we have a look at that. Very good pitch for batting and I suppose for bowling, so it should help both the batsmen and the bowlers.
Yeah, we'll just make the best of conditions. Today we'll bowl to our plans and we will look to execute.
Okay, well, best of luck.
All right, thank you.
So the news from the middle. Foundation, they've won the toss and they'll bat first.
Over number 3.
Yeah, certainly. That nagging line outside the off stump that Thorne keeps bowling, really creating pressure in terms of run scoring. And that one just a little fuller, a little wider. And the batsman just looking to score because he'd been given nothing so far. And he just caught the edge and into the keeper's gloves.
Well, they say pressure bursts pipes, is it not there?
It's certainly true. But so far, this is a good start by young Thorne.
Or that looks as though that would have been a chance there to the slip fielder Baptiste. Of course, Queen's College can also claim, I should say, Shea Hope, the current West Indies one-day international captain. And he'll be very proud of that shot there from Duncan, who goes over the top and gets a boundary and immediately goes down onto his hunches.
Chance for a catch taken. Loose shot by Duncan. And Bellamy strikes. Foundation win the toss and batting. They're in a spot of bother. Starts with a poor delivery, and it's been dealt with in the appropriate manner. That's gone down to backward square. That's gone for 4. Bad delivery and put away. Well, that delivery on a bad line, bad length, and put away again. Well, survives that. A dangerous shot to one that was very close to the off stump. Very naughty. So the last ball of this over. And there we go. There we go. Badly lined and put away by Thorne. Gets a boundary. Gets his first. Well, he gets 4. It was a short, wide ball and put away.
Yeah, good shot there by Thorne. Gets another boundary.
That is his second in the innings, and that will take him now into double figures. It will do him.
So the target 109, U.W.I should go on to win this. They did very well, having won the toss and chose to bowl first. Not a good display of batting from the Windward side, joined by Andy Payne, who's to my right. Andy, in terms of the performance or lack of performance of Winward, I think there many supporters would have been disappointed.
Very disappointing indeed, Andrew. I think they really misread the script. They didn't bat the allotment of the 16 overs first thing, so the Cardinals sin of not being able to bat out the allotment, so they'll be very disappointed in that.
So the first ball is about to be bowled, and a mountain to climb now for the Windward side.
Yes, Andrew. Again, they've got quite a big lot of work on their hands here if they're going to pull this one off, the Winward team.
So Jamal, the left arm spinner, he tends to open the bowling for them. Jordan is the Miles is the new batsman.
So it's Matthew Alling, the bowler. Left foreign orthodox. And you got Jeremiah, the left-handed batter at the top of the innings, Andrew.
Yeah, so we got it right finally.
You're not missing any cricket here, Andrew, as we can see. Seems like Alling's got a bit of concern with an injury there with that ball played back to him. It seems to have damaged his finger. You see him calling the medic on for some support here now. But the delivery struck back down to the bowler from Jeremiah. And it seems to have caused some kind of problems there.
Yeah, it was hit pretty hard. There's no question about that. Maybe just splitting the webbing. He's an important bowler for them. He opens the bowling left arm spin. See Max Lewis, who in his bad name shades, actually was born in Sweden. Yeah, we got a Swedish playing cricket locally. Max Lewis, who comes from the Bayfield area, where he was born, so I know him pretty well. Here comes the medic. What do you think he has in there?
Obviously, he might need a little bit of band-aids for sure, because it seems to be a little bit of a...
Yeah, he seems to be in trouble
here.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, he's going to
be a bit worse.
He's going to be helped off.
You can see him.
Wow.
Oh, wow. It seems to be even a bit worse than we thought there, Andrew.
Yeah, he's been lifted off the ground, Aline. And here comes the big... Now, he should be able to lift him. He looks like close to 300 pounds. And he's lifted off quite comfortably. Let's hope the young man is okay.
You've seen
Great concern.
This could be a bit worse than we thought there initially, Andrew.
Yeah, in fact, the supporters are gathered around him. So let's hope that the left arm spinner Matthew Allen is okay. Had to be lifted off the field. Even some members of the U.W.I side showing their concern. The medics have arrived. And, wow.
See the president and Andrew Lifcott there.
Yep.
Just making some phone calls. So, we're interested to hear, Andrew, as we await the word on that injury.
Yeah, I mean, it was hit back to him on the bounce. But they're showing great concern. In the meantime, the over has to be completed.
So it looks like the captain, Tennyson Roach himself, he's going to complete this over, bowling his right arm off spinners. So just need to close out this first over. Just 2 deliveries bowled so far from Matthew Alling there before that injury break. And here's Tennyson Roach to try to complete this first over.
Very wronged armish in his action. Ball took a long time to get to the batsman. Have a look at this action here. Ooh. Well, you almost got a wicket.
Very wrong arm indeed. Just trying to arm these balls into the left-hander. Tennyson Roach Jr. And you see him just making some adjustments to his field as he saw those first couple of deliveries, moving with the arm into the left-hander. So you see him reinforcing that leg side field now, Andrew.
Well, he's now got the short third man and the fine leg in. We get a single. Good intelligent cricket. It's a push away down towards cover. The rate required is 7.12, so that should not be a problem for them. Just 109 to get from 16 overs. You would think that with sensible batting, U.W.I should get home. The first over gone. It's one without loss.
Yes, a bit of uncertainty there, what's going on there with young Aline, but we surely will get some word for you soon. You see, his support is still very much going there. The medics are all around him, some of his teammates. Like you said, the president and Lifcourt, he's very much there. So surely we'll get a word on what's going on there pretty soon. But first over completed, just one run. And you saw Tennyson Roach coming to close out that over for Aline. And he was good enough just to give up one run as a part-timer.
Yep. The thing about small scores there, you could be lured into a false sense of security. And 109 could easily be 115 and 120. And I've seen on many occasions teams struggle to actually get small scores. Now in a 50 over game, you may get 280 comfortably, but you may struggle to get 180. Here's Goodrich. Good stop in the cover area. They get the single.
The Captain Roach in the outfield doing some very good work there. So I'm just going a long way to his left and trying to prevent the boundary and just giving up one run. So some very good work in the outfield. He looks very fit. He looks very agile. Young Roach, he's been having a good season. And you can see it all talent here, even in the outfield.
Yeah, the other thing about Winward, they'll have to try and cut out some of the singles. So on the offside, there are 3 men saving 1, cover, mid-off and backward point. There's a slip looking for the early wicket. Mid-on is tight, mid-wicket is tight as well.
Remember, the power play is just 5 overs as this match was reduced to a 16 over side contest here, Andrew.
So I think what Winward would have to do here, 2 things. 1, try to get wickets early. Just try to keep things tight and try to get that run rate up. It's no bother at the moment. But need a wicket or 2. That's 3 without loss, maybe 10 for 2, then 15 for 3. You never know. And this is why I think they've gone for Goodrich, who has got the ability to get the early wicket.
Said a good call in Goodrich, who's good enough to represent the Barbados Pride in the recent concluded 50 over CG's 50 back there in Trinidad. So a player of some experience, some merit. So he needs to pick up early wickets, like you rightfully said, if they're going to push this UE side back. Remember, this UE side is banked with a lot of experienced batters.
Right. Question for you: is he quick, Goodrich, or quickish?
He's quickish. He's got some.
Can he get up to 90?
I'll tell you, he's got some pretty quick deliveries in his armory there, Andrew. He's not consistently fast, but I'm sure he's been doing a lot of work of recent. He's worked on his fitness as well. So it'll be interested to see how he closes out the season for the Winward side.
Yeah. So when you talk about being quick, you think he's around 85?
Yeah, he's definitely in the 80s, high 80s, 85 to 87. He can probably get up there some days. But it's his consistency in pace that would probably set him back in terms of that. But he's got the ability to move the ball around as well. So it'd be interesting to see if he can pick up early wickets here for his side.
And we want to finish his first over strongly here. Got 2 balls left. Oh, that's whipped away. That's gone. Maximum. Beautifully played indeed. More pitch on the pads, and Jermar said thank you very much indeed. That's gone for 6 over my wicket.
It's a lovely shot there by Jeremiah, the Grenadian. He's hit that one a long way over mid-wicket. Remember we were saying how far that side of the boundary is a bit earlier in the day, Andrew, but he's hit that one fully over the Mitchie Hewitt stand there and into the stands. And for his first 6, Jeremiah, who's good enough as well to play at the first class level.
Yeah, certainly. And the thing there was, that was on the leg stump full. Had to get some better than that. He did, and hit it high over that mid-wicketeer for a 6. Ball has finally come back. So the problem there with Goodrich was where he bowled it, just on the leg stump full. That's really a free hit.
Definitely a free hit. Like you said, the previous balls in the over, he was bowling them into the pitch on the back of the length. But there he went full and into the leg stump as well. And like you call it, a free hit.
Yeah, well. So that usually happens after you've been hit for 6. You tend to come to the captain. You want all these changes to your field. All you got to do is try and get the ball on a good length and line. He'll bowl the last ball of his first over. He's conceded 7 so far. Oh, that was it. Beautifully bowled indeed. Bang on target. He swung at that. Did that hit the helmet?
Be interested to see that one.
Wow.
You can see him going up there now to the non-striker, Kyle Jordan. So you've seen someone else coming on with a helmet, but this time it's for the field. But a quick delivery there by Amari Goodrich, I can tell you. He's got the ability to bowl some very quick balls. The guys also say he comes down a bit heavy. He's a strong man. And that delivery was pacey, Andrew. And it was through Jeremiah. As you see this one here, look, Jeremiah goes in for a pull shot. And that ball was on to him quickly than he saw it. Onto the helmet, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed.
And going to short third man before Karen. So
that's the typical response of a fast bowler having been struck with a washpan of disdain over the wicket. How can he do that? So he comes back with a bouncer.
Good
That was a good one as well.
Good way to close out the over. 9 without loss after 2. But it looks like Tennyson Roach, he's going to continue from this the Joel Garner in.
Oh, the northern of the ground with his uncomplicated off breaks. Not bad at all. The length was good. A little bit more air. Inviting the drive. So Roach to continue. Little man. His father was a seamer and certainly did a lot with the ball. Here we go. Just out of the reach of the field at that point area. Single.
Yes, indeed. I played lots of cricket with his father. A good all-rounder. A very talented man. Tennyson Roach bowled some nice outswingers.
Was he good at outswinger?
Yeah.
Did he bowl in swinger?
He bowled predominantly outswingers on Tennyson. And a very useful lower order batter.
Did he ever get you out, Andy Payne?
I don't remember him getting my wicket.
So the answer is no.
No.
Which club did he play for?
Tennyson played for Pickwick for a long time.
Yeah, he was a Pickwick man. He was a Pickwicker.
Good friend of mine, one who I always also gets onto the greens with. He's a golfer in his past time.
Well.
So I played quite on numerous occasions with Tennyson on the golf course.
He's outside the leg stump. That might have just come from the pad. Confirmed. Oh, a wide signal by the umpire.
Just losing his radar there to the left-hander, Tennyson Roach. He seems to be getting the ball to drift away from the right-hander, Andrew. So you see it coming back into the left-hander and not being able to line it up properly and giving away some wides.
No, that's in the air. Will be safe. Long on came in. And in the end, they got away with that. Long up should have been put away.
Yeah, young Kyle Jordan and Andrew trying to hit that one a long way. Have you seen much of Kyle Jordan?
No, I've not, but I understand he's a player with lots of ability. You agree with that?
100%.
Oh, that's a poor delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner. That's gone. Down to backward square, that's gone for 4.
Very good batting there by Jeremiah. Again, you see Tennyson Roach trying to get the ball in the arm, going into the left-hander. And again, his line was bad. This one's going to the leg stump. He don't have a square leg. Remember, he was still into the power play. And he got into a really good position and swept that one and swept it very well and into the gap for 4.
got to stay away from the leg stop, Mr. Roach. Oh, he's bowled him. Beautifully bowled indeed. Beaten in the air. And Roach celebrates. U.W.I losing the first wicket.
First wicket indeed, falling at 17. Johan Jeremiah, he's got to go bowled by Roach. Again, this time you see that one a bit fuller, but a bit more accurate on this occasion. And you see that one just moving into the left-hander who drove all over that one and losing his stumps. So he's got to go bowled by Roach for 12. And that's the early wicket that the Winward team wanted, partly.
Yep. There you go. Coming forward. And, bowled off stump. Well, there was a big gap between bat and pad, and there was Roach celebrating if it's his one goal at the Olympics. But they needed that wicket, no question about that, the Windward side. Just making 109, so they need to get wickets. Jeremiah back in the pavilion, 1 for 17.
It's a good wicket there for the Windward side. Like we said, that man Jeremiah, he's a very dangerous player. He's very experienced as well. You saw him hitting that 6 over mid-wicket, swept that one to square leg for 4. He's that type of player who can get a boundary, and he's very destructive. So they'll be glad to see the back of him. But it brings Shakir Paris into the middle. A very attractive player, Andrew, one that I'm sure the fans would like to see get going here.
Yeah, he's the kind of player that you maybe leave your rice and peas or you're putting in sauce a Saturday to come and see him bat. Wonderful, elegant player he is. There's some who feel that he can do more. Gets his first delivery from the big Goodrich. And that's a lovely drive through cover. As Kyle Jordan will get a second, may even contemplate the third here. And will get it too. Good aggressive running. Pushed out to cover, back for the third.
Yes, Andrew, that's one thing about the UE suit. You know they're very well manned, they're very well drilled, and you will see the intent to run those early runs very hard. That's one of the teams in the competition who does it very well. You wouldn't see them mucking around with the run in between the wickets. So you see them pushing that ball to the far side, and they're good enough to get back for 3.
Yeah, has been part of the armory for quite a long time. I suppose it really resulted in them actually winning so many titles when someone like a Floyd Lamont Reefer was around. Very well drilled, good strong side, and in fact at one stage they looked quite unbeatable. Not in recent times, however. That's a shot they'll get away with it, but he's that kind of a player and will go all the way. Just in front of the long on boundary, but that's Paris for you. Gone down to long on. So his first ball he gets the boundary.
Indeed, I tell you, he's very attractive, this player. I thought the Winward side thought they were in with it for a chance, but look at that. It went one bounce into the fence off the back foot, Andrew, and tremendous power it was struck with, and just falling one bounce and into that low on boundary for 4.
How good is Paris? Tell me, Andy Payne.
I think he's got a lot to go, and he's in the making. He's there or thereabout. He's still got a lot of work to go, but I can tell you what, he's one for the future, definitely.
Look at that, opening the face to the bat. Back for the second. Oh, he looks good already. So easy.
He's elegant.
Elegant.
He's very elegant. 193 runs going into this tournament with, as Harold's definitely going to give us all the stats. Very attractive player. You can see how he started his innings, Andrew. Anything outside that off stump, I'm sure you'll be impressed because he's very, very good outside the off stump. But yeah, Harold, thanks for the stats. We appreciate them always coming from you. 193 runs.
Well, of course,
going into
that's
this
why we employ him and pay him big bucks. He gets more than any other commentator. Statisticians tend to get a lot of money. You didn't know that, Andy? Turned away in the onside.
If I knew, I would have thought about them that instead.
Indeed. Harold Eastman, a veteran, has been around for quite a long time. He's been doing stats for what, over 30 years now, Harold? Okay. Spartan supporter. Actually cried when Spartan got demoted last year, I'm told. But he's no longer crying because they'll be up very soon. They've dominated at the first division level, beaten my side St. Catherine's. Didn't have to come the third day. Oh, that's not good at all. Poor shot by Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan just needs to be a bit more selective. I mean, yes, you want to get after it, but you've got someone like Shakir Paris there with you who's a lot more experienced than you. You need to get him on. Try to bide yourself innings. You're the junior player in this side. You need to be there at the end just to see your team home. Too much experienced guys around you.
That's going to be called a wide. Umpire Sherwin Codrington. Happy, of course, to do the finals.
Yes, he's got Tremaine Prescott as his counterpart. So Tremaine Prescott standing that square leg, Andrew.
Yeah, he's also a pretty decent umpire as well.
As is Shamar Boyce, who's doing the third umpire duties today.
So we had a situation in the first class where there were a couple of games played in Barbados when there were no Barbadian umpires, but two local umpires. The under-19 held in St. Kitts, the Barbados team winning. Of course, Dave Thompson, and Kareem Tate actually officiated. Congratulations to them. So, 4 gones now, 30 for 1.
It's good to see some good young coming umpires in on the scene. Obviously, you know, we've got Gregory Braffett and Leslie Griffith Jr. out there on the circuits, but you just called some very good names in. Dave Thompson, Kareem Tate, these two are up and coming, as does Shamar Boyce.
Yeah, Shamar Boyce is a wonderful young man, and I suppose he may make it pretty soon. There were, I think, 2 games in Barbados where there were no Barbadian umpires. I'm just trying to wonder, I'm just trying to remember when last that would have happened. Umpire Shannon Crawford, the fireman there in Guyana, came to do a couple of matches here. Umpire Crawford. Umpire Williams from Jamaica. Female, very experienced umpire. She was here as well. Oh, he takes it on the second attempt. Paris departs. Williams strikes. Is there a twist to this game?
Chad Williams being introduced from the Joel Garner end, left arm spinner. You saw Paris going for a big drive and being good enough to hit it back to the bowler. And Williams good enough to hold on to that one, albeit on the second attempt. But that's a big wicket in the context of this game, Andrew. Paris has to go. Colin ball by Williams for 7. He's faced just 5 deliveries. But how good was that? The Windward side, they're definitely feeling that they're in with it now.
Yeah. Coming forward, wasn't quite to the pitch really. Look at that. Yes! Holds on to it on the second attempt. And there he goes, Ronaldo style, kicking the ball into the bottom corner of the net. Now, you talked about it. Paris, a bit casual. He's that kind of a player. Lots of ability, but can be very casual sometimes. And in the end, departs. So 30 for 2. Winward would have to try and get among the wickets, that Winward cat among the U.W.I pigeons at the region's mecca. 2 batsmen come into the creases. A former Barbados under-19 cricketer who might have played this year had things been different. Of course, the emphasis was very much on exposing players for the next under-19 Youth World Cup. Yet Barbados 1-1 comfortably. So, Zion Baffett is the batsman. Looks to get off them. Oh! Went firmly up towards that mid-off area. Might have been tight had he picked it up into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Surprised that he went for that. But he's an aggressive batsman.
Yeah, very busy player on Zion Baffett. pushing that one up to mid-off and hustling for a single. Could have been close if the fielder had picked up, but he's quick and misfield and brought him his first run.
No, that's a bad delivery. And when you get bad deliveries, you should put it away. And Kyle Jordan hits the ball high over mid-wicket. That's going for maximum.
Lovely shot by Kyle Jordan, getting into his wicket in a good position, transferring his weight deep into the crease and hitting that one a long way over the players' pavilion for 6. A lovely shot off the back foot. As you were mentioning, Zion Bradford being eligible to play for the under-19 side, so too did Kyle Jordan, but because of what Elvis Howard and his foresight to push forward those younger players, both of these players had to sit out of that St. Kitts tournament.
Elvis Howard has been around for quite a long time. I mean, the length here is not good at all. Too short on the back foot. Swung away. Out of there. Gone a long way. And quite appropriately as well, the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. And the great man will be 89 on Monday. We wish him well.
Wish him well indeed. So 2 young men in the middle here. It just says how good a depth. There was at least 9 players, so we said, Andrew, who could have made that team that didn't go there. But the other guys went up there and represented so well and was able to bring the championship back home. So you see the third umpire, Shamar Boyce, just bring the ball out as a replacement, as that one was struck a long way over the pavilion, Andrew.
Yeah. I think it's on its way down to the port, which is very busy at Cropover. Of course, lots of events. Cropover. Celebration of the crop, and the finals should be held. Is it next week? I think. Have they named the people in the finals as yet?
No, the final. Harold will give us those stats
Harold,
as well.
Yeah.
But yes, next Friday night for the final.
Who do you normally go to the finals, Andy?
I've been to the final on a few occasions.
Okay. The last time I went was back in 2012 when Red Plastic Bag won. I've only been to the finals twice. The first time he won back in 80, 81, 82? Yes, we all came from St. Philip. And then, interestingly enough, it was the first time he performed, and the last time I went there was at the Garfield Sobers. 2012, if my memory serves me right, he won. Hasn't competed since. Good old Red Plastic Bag. The most honorable. Look for a run here. We'll get it. Maxwell Lewis comes forward to collect it.
He's moving very nicely across the outfield, Maxwell Lewis. I can tell you, Andrew, he looks like a good fielder to me.
Yeah, he is. Like one of those players as well, would have played for St. Catharines and left St. Catharines. St. Catharines have lost several players in the last 4 or 5 years. They actually even lost their scorers as well.
We have one of your former scorers in Amelia Crick. She's very much doing the work here for us.
Yeah, I think her mother's gone to Empire as well. So the Quicks have left Bayfield. She's been seconded. Okay, seconded. 38 for 2. With 5 overs going. U.W.I. on their way.
So that completes the power play phase. 38 for 2. I think they feel like they're in a very good position. They're scoring at 7.6. I can tell you to that power play for the Winward side, they were 35 for 2. So 35 for 1. Yeah, so 38 for 2. Not a lot in it, Andrew?
Not a lot in it at all. The problem for the Windward side is that they were wayward, and the end really didn't bat well. They were naughty. Here's Roberts, who of course is a former Barbados under-19 cricketer. I saw him make 100 for Wildy about 3-4 years ago at Wildy. Batted very well, very talented, but decided to make a move to St. Philip. Never a bad move to go to St. Philip. Harold Eastman now lives in St. Philip, having come from Martindale's Road in St. Michael.
So good to see Roberts in the park. He's been away for a while. We've seen quite a few clips of him working on his pace.
Oh.
So that's one of the fish.
Is he sharpish or not? Not really.
No, not really.
He shouldn't bother you, should he?
No, not on a good day.
I didn't think so when I saw him bowl for Wildy. Looked pretty okay. Just thereabouts, no real pace.
But good to see him putting in the work. And one of the things he's been working on is his pace.
You get away with that, and we'll go out towards the boundary. Don't feel as if we'll get 2 here.
That's Kyle Jordan for you. Giving some room outside the off stump and just throwing his arms through that one. Remember, you just got, it's a long way out to that cover area for the right-hander, but you hit that one over the infield, and it was always 2-1 off of there.
For many viewers, can you tell us about Kyle Jordan, Andy?
Another man from the countryside. He's out of Giz in St. Peter.
St. Peter. Oh, he's a St. Peter man. That's going square. That will go towards the boundary and we'll get there. That's going away for 4.
Very good shot by young Jordan. You see him just open up the face on that one. Room given on the offside. And it was a bit foolish. And you see him just opening the face of that one, Andrew, and hitting it square at that long area down there, past the point area and into the boundary for 4. You see him whiff one off and just open the face on that occasion, hitting it over the infield and good enough to get it behind point for 4.
Of course, St. Peter would have produced some great sons of the soil. Former Prime Minister Owen Seymour Arthur from there. Is Gordon Gritters a St. Peter man?
Very much so.
Black Bess, yes, of course. And of course, in the Boscobel area, you'd have, some pretty good cricketers. Tell us about those Boscobel people.
Of course, you've got the likes of Pedro Collins, Corey Collymore, Fidel Edwards.
Okay.
These guys are all neighbors to Kyle Jordan. He lives very much in the same area as him. Omar Phillips.
Omar Phillips as well.
Also a Gaze man. He's very much here back on vacation.
So how do I find Gaze? If I leave here now, do I go through St. Philip to get to Gaze? I don't think so. Would I have to do that? Go through Bathsheba to get to Gaze?
Quick single.
Oh! Of course, Rivelino Simmons, who is now a director at CBC on the board there, I'm told, reeling lots of power. Of course, he's a Francis St. Peter man. Got a Rivelino Simmons. You know Rivelino?
Rivelino would be my senior at Coach and Parry, Andrew. He's one of those guys you have to look up at.
Oh, he said he's on the committee. I normally get it wrong, I'm sorry about that, Rivelino, if I...
Yeah. So forward Coach and Parry boy, Rivelino Simmons.
He's a good man, very good man. But St. Peter, they've produced some wonderful people. DeAndre Dotton, of course, is from St. Peter as well. Yeah. DeAndre Dotton, Black Bass area as well.
He's from Black Bass.
Black Bass, yeah.
Kirk Edwards.
Kirk Edwards, yeah. Well, I hope we haven't forgotten anyone. If we have, please send us a little note in the WhatsApp and tell us.
Tell you, one of Harold's most favorite cricketers was a Black Bass man as well, Mark Levine.
Yes,
the former.
late Mark Levine, yeah. So the over comes to an end, and the U.W.I. really should walk this 46 for 2.
Yeah, so good batting between this pair. Like I said, they're very quick, they're very aggressive. Kyle Jordan, Zion Braffett, he's there. He's just on 2 off 3 deliveries. But Jordan, like you said, the man from Boscobel, very aggressive player, playing some very attractive shots, Andrew, hitting that one over the point area. How well played was that? But this pair, like we said, 2 on the 19 players, they were eligible to play for the Barbados on the 19th side. But the foresight of the chairman of selectors and his panel decided to go elsewhere. But here they are on the big stage for the university team.
So I hope we haven't forgotten any cricket out of St. Peter. Donovan Lopez also as well, former under-19 cricket as well, as St. Peter man. Where in St. Peter is he from?
He's also Boscobel.
Oh, he's a Boscobel.
As is his brother Carlitos Lopez.
Carlitos Lopez. It's an interest in the area in Barbados in terms of, and I really feel that maybe a study could be done of Boscobel, and of course Holders Hill, producing a lot of good cricketers. Boscobel.
Good evening to everyone down there, Andrew. So it's Jarian Hoyt replacing this captain there from this northern end.
Former Empire cricketer, St. Philip man, Lynch's St. Philip. Told me about 2 or 3 years ago he really wanted to make the move from Empire, and it's gone home really. Winward, of course, in St. Philip. Harold Eastman is a St. Philip man, and so is Philip Spooner. They love St. Philip, huh? Lovely drive. Of course, Philip Spooner says in the back he's a St. John man.
St. John, indeed.
Represented by the Minister of Sports, Mr. Charles Griffith, who may be challenged by Ralph Thorne. We should wait and see if that happens. Hello, Ralphie. Heard you on the news today. That's good bowling. Very good bowling indeed.
And you expect this from Jarian Hoyt. That's the type of deliveries he bowls. He's got a lot of variations. You can see him bowling those slow balls, Andrew. So this is a good time for him to come into the attack when the batters are going after him a bit. And I'm sure he could be very destructive in this middle period.
Of course, crop over time, very much here in Barbados. Celebration of the crop. It was a time when we had lots of sugar cane, not anymore. I think the finals are on next Friday. Cool. All right, we should see. Lovely shot. They look for a second here and will get it comfortably. This young Jordan looks a good player.
He's a very good player, Kyle Jordan. One for the future, definitely. Andrew, he's got a lot of shots. He's got a lot of confidence. Like I said, it's a good fit for him in this UWI team to be playing amongst the experienced Jonathan Carter, Kyle Corbin, etc. I tell you what, given a couple seasons, this guy could be one of the major batters in Barbados.
Of course, as we look to the finals upcoming on Friday, know that Philip Spooner tells me he's back in Jamal Slocum to win the title. Philip Spooner told me that. That's gone. Out towards the boundary, will get there. Down to backward square. Beautifully played indeed by Kyle Jordan.
Short delivery there, and Kyle Jordan getting into a very good position and hitting that one behind square for yet another boundary. I can tell you what, this young man, lots of shots. That brings up the 50, Andrew. The first 50 comes up off of some 6.5 overs in only 34 minutes.
Yeah, beautiful batting. Of course, there have been some pretty decent songs so far this year. Down to backward square. That's very well played indeed. It was short. Backward square could not get across to the right. That's gone for 4. That's going to be called a wide. Lucky to have gotten away with that full delivery down the leg side. That should be whipped away down to backward square.
Tell you, very lucky indeed. Remember, he's just got his fine leg onto the circle. He's inside the circle, the fine leg, and there's just one other man on that deep backward square fence. So any bat on that at all, Andrew, that would definitely be challenging the boundary lines as well.
Andy, have you been able to check in with the Calypsos, or you're not that close to the... No, you're not. Okay. Of course, Philip Spooner is back in Adrian Clark, who is a St. John man like himself.
What I can tell you is that I know Adrian Clark. He's a defending King's man of that competition as well.
Yeah, he is. So, well, it looks as if in terms of getting home, U.W.I should, with a situation where we've got 8 overs gone now, and it's now up to 54 for a loss of 2. Brathwaite 3. Jordan looking good on 26.
Very good innings being played here by Kyle Jordan. I can tell you, he's 26 off only 18 deliveries. He's so far this runs required right now, Andrew, is only 54 off some 54 deliveries. They've still got some 8 wickets in hand, but like I said, Jordan, he's looking very good. He's on 26 off 18, as it seems to be Williams who's going to be introduced to the attack. From that, the Malcolm Marshall end, changing ends.
Yeah, they need wickets. I mean, Winward, they need a lot of wickets, because at the moment, you know, the game is really slipping away from them very quickly. So Chad Williams looking for his second wicket. He's bowling his second over as well. First over, of course, they got the regular Paris with Adam Cotton ball in the second attempt. Will bowl to Brathwaite. No, that's in the air. And we'll go for 6. Over wide, long on, straight my wicket. In there for quite a long time. 2 fielders seemed interested, but in the end, has gone for maximum.
Young Zion Braffett, like you said, very aggressive by nature. That time he hit that one a long way over the mid-wicket area. Two fielders thought they had a chance with it, but remember this is the shorter side of the ground as we're playing on this wicket furthest to the east, and it was good enough to get it over the fence for his first maximum, and he's really much on his way.
He's gone again, and it's going to go for 4. Long on making a meal of that. Oh, that was very poor indeed. Looks like the coach as well. Toppin should hang his head in shame after that. Come on, Mr. Toppin. You're a coach. You got to do better than that. What are we going to say to the guys this evening, having been so naughty? I think that the Windward side, they look very deflated now. They look for a second here. Won't get it. My wicket is in fast. Inside the circle. Just 1.
Yeah, no need to attempt a suicidal second there. You've already got 11 runs off the first 3 deliveries in the over. So he's really taking advantage, Zion Braffett, of Chad Williams coming into his second over.
Good work again by the Swede. Of course, known for the football, not the cricket. Maxwell Lewis coming across to make the stop. Looks a pretty good fielder, very athletic.
I tell you what, he's a good substitute to have in the outfield here, Andrew. He's moving nicely across the outfield. He's getting very low, and even that attempt there using his feet and preventing what could be 2.
That's very cute, very, very cute indeed.
So 14 runs coming for that over. It's moved the score up to 68 for 2. I tell you, Zion Braffett, he was very aggressive in this over, picking up some off his own bat. 13 runs, as well as Kyle Jordan getting 1. So 68 for 2. 8 overs completed, Andrew. The required runs are 41 off balls remaining, some 48, and they've still got 8 wickets in hand. So I think they're very much on their way, the University side.
Yeah, the Winward's bowling look a bit thin here to me. No bite in the bowling, no bark. And it looks as if the captain will come back to see what he can do.
Remember, now after only 3 deliveries, they lost Matthew Allen, that is, the left arm spinner. He was one entrusted to bowl the new ball. So obviously he's probably one of those tighter bowlers, and to lose the absence of him means someone like Roach has to make up some overs.
More runs. We'll get 2 here comfortably. Short and wide.
And again, that man, Maxwell Lewis in the outfield, doing good work, running away from the cover area around to backward point to just prevent any chance of a boundary. So 2 more to the score, but he's doing a lot of good work in the outfield to substitute.
I mean, you really shouldn't lose from here. 71 now for 2. Just 109 to get. 38 from 46 balls. Lots of wickets in the bag. You really shouldn't lose at all, U.W.I. Wow. Now that's a big one. Given some air. And Brathwaite with a big bat. Maximum over wide long on.
Good shot there by Zion Braffett, Andrew. What he was good enough to do, he's seeing that young Roach, he's bowling outside the off stump, and he did well. He got across the off stump and met that one on the full, and was good enough to hit it over the long on area, but he had another 6. So good movement there by Zion Braffett, getting across the off stump and hitting that one over mid-on.
Yeah, the Winward side looks like a beaten side. no energy. And this game should be over pretty soon, one would think, unless something dramatic happens. Well, miscue, but we'll get runs. We'll get a second. That's all part of the T20 game. 50 partnership, says Harold Eastman.
Just coming off 28 deliveries in quick time, 20 minutes, some 3-4s and 3-6s. So very good partnership there being going by this pair, Andrew. Two young men, very new into the UE setup and doing very well for the team.
Always good to see the young men play the game. Of course, say sports very much for young people, so we won't qualify. So, things continuing to happen for U.W.I. on top of the hill at Cave Hill. 29 to get from 42, with as many as 8 wickets in the bag. And they're very much sailing to what should be a comprehensive victory. Time for drinks. Earlier because I reckon this game should finish very, very soon. We've got choices. Of course, St. Lucy's a place with some nice beaches as well. Is that right, Andy Payne?
We've got some good sightseeing down there as well. Cove Bay, a little bay.
Is there a beach in Pike Corner?
Oh, we frequent the Little Bay area in Pike Corner. Yeah,
Lovely.
yeah.
Never been to Little Bay.
You should come down, Andrew.
I would love to come to Little Bay.
Because some of the best views, the blowholes are phenomenal.
Is it that little?
It is actually a little bit.
I've often wondered the name Pie Corner. I mean, is there pie there? Is macaroni pie there in Pie Corner? I don't think so. Some interesting names, you know.
I thought you would ask if it was corn pie.
You know, in Jamaica there's a place called Halfway Tree. In Ghana there's a place called Rob Street. There's also a place in Barbados called Nelson Street. Jamaica's Ligamy. I mean, some wonderful places.
It's also Paynes Bay.
Paynes Bay, yeah.
But it's Jaden Roberts being reintroduced into the attack. From that, the Malcolm Marshall in. But good innings being played here by Kyle Jordan. He's on 32 off 24.
Yeah, he looks good. A lovely player. I mean, nice, elegant, organized batsman is Kyle Jordan. Of course, Harold Eastman Elvis Howard has been chairman for about pretty close to about how many years now? Very successful. So he's not in danger of losing his job, I can assure you. When you're successful, you shouldn't lose your job. But very, very committed, Elvis Howard. And he must be given some kind of an award. I don't think he actually got an award when St. John had the regathering. I didn't see Elvis Howard's name. I think that was a mistake, really.
Good job he's doing. He's continued to get the results. So that's what's good about them. So he continues to select some good players. You see them on show for the Barbados Youth in the Division 1 and Elite competition divisions.
That's in the air. And it's gone for 6. Didn't hit it well, but not enough. That's gone. Down to long on. 6 runs.
Again, like you said, it might be a bit of a miss hit, but off the back foot, Andrew, and hit that one with disdain over the long one's head and into the boundary for 6, who thought they had a chance for a catch at some point, but it continued to carry all the way under the media center there. Look.
Yeah, that's the captain of the side. Not happy at all about that Winward. Another short delivery and played away. More runs. It will go for 4. This game is going at the pace of Usain Bolt or Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, but of course we know Obadele. This is going to end very, very soon.
There's some 16 runs required, and this man Kyle Jordan continuing to play some good shots. I'm really impressing here. He's in really good form here, Andrew, playing some shots all around the ground, really, and getting into a very good position. The fine legs up in the circle and hitting that one just beyond him and into the boundary for 4.
Well, he's gone to 43 in a hurry. The man from Gaze in St. Peter. Good aggressive run again. The top away square in the offside, 1. So of course, in addition to getting boundaries, pick up those singles as well. So it's all over basically here. There's no question about that. A bit of a no contest. And it's overcast at the region's mecca. But one will tell you that the sun is shining brightly on the team from Cave Hill.
Very much larger than charge here on the UE side. 94 for 2, trying to get up to 109. Some very good batting, and we've had a good showing here for the afternoon in terms of the weather. It held off after an early delay, Andrew, and we've come back after that delay, and there's been true play throughout. Remember, it's really overcast, but the conditions continue to be very good here at the Kensington Oval, and what a good showing here by UE.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of credit must be given to the ground staff. The drainage at Kensington Oval is very good. It's one of the best in the region. Of course, ever since the World Cup, 2007, drainage is a lot better. I remember up at Sabina Park, used to be very, very poor. That has changed. Kensington Oval, every time you got rain, had delays, but in fact, in some countries, you would not have gotten cricket today, so the drainage is better. Providence in Guyana, I'm told perhaps maybe the best. Number 1, Barbados number 2. Are you sure about that, Harold? Providence number 1. More runs. Split in the field. We got a second. Brian Lara is good as well. Have you been to Brian Lara?
Been to Brian Lara, yeah.
Okay. You like the ground?
The ground's nice.
Nice ground.
They're doing quite a lot of better work now in the surroundings as well, so it's looking very good.
Your favorite ground in the Caribbean is?
Kensington Oval.
Is it because you're Bajan?
Maybe, but I
Okay.
really think that watching cricket at the Oval is just a phenomenal sighting.
Good cricket, good cricket. Maurice Foster said to me a long time ago he liked to bat at Kensington because of the sighting. It's a beautiful, beautiful. In fact, I actually worked with Zen Radio recently. They actually had a commentary team, and we went, of course, to Grenada. We were in Barbados and Jamaica, and I asked a couple of the guys their favorite country. They said Barbados by far. They love Kensington Oval. Love the beaches in Grenada, Grenans. Only spent 3 days at each ground, so didn't get a chance to go around the country. So this is getting pretty close now. 100 beckons, 99 for 2.
Good batting by this pair, Andrew. You can see a well-weighted delivery there by Zion Braffett. I had that man from long on coming a long way in, and 2 was always on. So this pair, they've really showed their intent and really their creativeness in terms of pushing the ball around the outfield and picking up the boundaries when required.
Sure, our friends at Winward would be quite disappointed with this. A bit of a no contest. But you really can't make 109 and expect to compete. At least you really put yourself out of the game. And it's happened. Well, the West Indies made 214 and got beaten in the 70th over as well. Tim David, boy, he was something else. But of course the West Indies bowling is pretty sweet, really. Sweeter than those Julie mangoes that I picked this morning. Very sweet indeed. 100 has come up for our friends on top of the hill at Cave Hill. Roston Chase bowled 1 over 23 runs. Yeah. Romaro Shepherd continues to be caked, really. No, that's another big hit by Kyle Jordan, and what a way to bring up his 50. The man from Gaze in St. Peter, deep in rural Barbados, scores the 50 at the region's Mecca.
A very good 50 there by young Kyle Jordan. That one, he was into a good position and hit that one off the back foot. Pulled with tremendous power this day. I tell you, his 50 coming up off 32 balls, Andrew. Some 54 minutes. 3 fours and 3 sixes. So look at that. What an impressive shot off the back foot.
Yeah, indeed. So, St. Peter ruling the roost. Of course, St. Peter had a prime minister, the late great Owen Seymour Arthur, led Barbados from 1994 to 2008, and very productive. In the insurance business, we got quite a lot of business. Harold Eastman's persistency was 100%.
Just getting a note here out of Gaze in St. Peter, Andrew. They're saying that the guys are very much there at the Sunset Bar by Fidel Edwards, watching Kyle Jordan playing such a fantastic innings.
Sunset Bar. Hello to our friends at Sunset Bar.
Yep, so they'll be very happy. Another son of the soil, just showing his talent here, young Kyle Jordan out of Gaze.
Yeah, Gaze in St. Peter. Hello to our friends in Gaze. I'll certainly visit Gaze sometime. Although when you hear the name Gaze, you sometimes begin to wonder. So, 106 for a loss of 2. St. Peter, of course, deep in rural Barbados. Neighboring parish, St. Lucie and St. Andrew. There's a place called the Wim. They tell me, is it St. Peter? Is it?
Yes, the Wim is in St. Peter, Andrew.
But are they saying it could be in St. Andrew as well? No.
No, it's far away.
It's in St. Peter. Okay. Of course, there are several interesting districts. Rock Hall is in many parishes, isn't that right?
Yes, they've got quite a few Rock Halls.
St. Lucie?
Yep.
St. Peter?
Correct.
St. Andrew?
Yep.
St. Philip for sure. Is there Rock Hall in St. Michael?
Harold? Well, yeah, quite a few Rock Halls.
Is there Rock Hall in Christchurch? But Rock Hall is a very, 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 very popular. So they're just about to celebrate several parish lands as well.
3 that.
One in St. Philip, one in Christchurch, and the other in St. George, parish land. Good history for you. History is about to be made at the region's Mecca. Professor Hilary Beckles is about to witness a 7th title for his Titans. They've been brilliant, they've been excellent, they've been superb. And victory beckons. Here's Roberts. So that's going to be called a wide. So just checking with Harold Eastman. Scores a level now, Harold. Am I correct about that, Harold Eastman? So 1 to get now, Harold. The noted statistician from Eastman's corner. So 1 run to get for victory. Overcast conditions at the region's Mecca. And Kyle Jordan out of Gaze in St. Peter has been the influencer. He's been brilliant with his batting. And he turns the ball into the onside, goes through for the run, and victory to U.W.I. The men from on top of the hill at Cave Hill. 7 times they've won this title. They were brilliant, they were excellent, they were superb. With Winward making just 108. And with the pace of Usain Bolt, or the bronze king in Barbados, over Delhi, they win, and they win big. Congratulations to U.W.I.
Yes, it just took them some 11.1 overs, Andrew, to get up to that 109, just losing 2 wickets in the process. But at the end there, Kyle Jordan, 54 not out of some 33 balls. Good support being offered by Zion Braffett, 28 off 15. The 2 junior players, so to speak, in the team, both on the 19. Good enough there for the UE side to take their team over the line. Johan Jemaya, he contributed 12. Shakir Paris, he made 7. But what an emphatic victory in the end, winning by some 8 wickets, the University side, to lift their 7th title, as you mentioned.
Yeah, well, good work by Andy Payne. This is why we pick you and pay you big bucks, to be very much a part of the team. Interesting color you selected today, yellow. Of course, it's got political implications, yellow. And I see Harold Eastman has got yellow as well. But when we look at it, Harold, and of course Andy Payne just about to leave to go down for the closing ceremony. Let's do an assessment of this. U.W.I. won the toss and they chose to bowl first. You're not surprised by that, were you?
Not at all. With the conditions, the overcast conditions, Andrew, obviously, they've thought that the preparation would have been a bit shorter than what it was expected. The covers probably were on for some time overnight and into the days early today. So that was probably automatic that if you win the toss, you will want to exploit whatever was there in terms of the pitch.
Yeah, and as you said, it was a pretty good pitch. The Windward side just didn't show up today, and it was a pretty ordinary performance by them. I thought they got the batting lineup wrong as well, but when you come to Kensington Oval on a good pitch and you make 108 and 16 overs, you're looking for trouble, as we were saying, Bajan Parallels.
Very much so. I don't think that they assessed everything well. They didn't go about picking up those early singles. You saw that they were predominantly trying to get the boundaries, and with that they are also losing wickets at regular intervals. So it really put them back on the back foot, and there was never ever a partnership, so to speak, of any prominence. So obviously, and they were bowled out within the allotment of 16 overs as well.
I want to get your impressions of the bowling of U.W.I.
So good bowling by that man Ricardo Boyce to start, the left-hand pacer. You saw him bowling at the top of the innings, getting the ball to swing. He brought the balls back in. You saw him pick up that early wickets of the player coach in U.W.I. Toppin, bowling a very good delivery, angling back into the right-hander, as did the bowl to the left-hander, and pick up some early wickets, some 3 early wickets that really set them back.
Yeah, no doubt about that. The Jamaican in the breakout, I thought he bowled. I want your assessment of him because I thought he bowled rather well.
Second time I've seen Dockers. Like, remember I said I saw him in the semi-final game at Carlton, and I don't thought that he was all that in terms of his execution. But today he came here on the big stage, his second game here, albeit he probably got a bit more comfortable around his teammates, and he was really good. He executed well. I thought he bowled what the coach and the coaching staff asked at the back end of the innings. He was bowling full into the crease, into the back, into the heel of the batters, and he picked up a 5-wicket haul, only his second showing here in Barbados. So I thought he was very, very good.
Certainly making U.W.I. and Jamaica proud. Now, a target of 109, you would think U.W.I. should go on to it, and they won comfortably in the end. Let's spend some time on this young man, Kyle Jordan. He batted very well on bout 54. I thought he batted very well, good stroke play, and one for the future.
A very, very attractive player, like we said, Kyle Jordan, the product of the Alexandra School. You know, Alexandra continues to produce some very good players. As is Shakir Paris, he was also there. So this young player, and then you saw Zion Raffic coming into the end, a very aggressive player. Like we said, both of these players on the 19 players, they were good enough to help selected for the Barbados on the 19 side. The Barbados selectors went a different route, but you can see the advancement of these young players, and it argues well for what we've got in the batting. A very experienced batting lineup. I didn't call it with the likes of Jonathan Carter, Kyle Corbin. They're very much in the dugout. They didn't get a chance, as is Johan Jamara, the experienced player from the Windward Islands.
Were you expecting a better contest, a tighter contest?
I was because, as you say, Windward side, they're predominantly a batting side.
Yes.
They score a lot of runs in the domestic competition. So coming here to the Mecca, even though the conditions probably were a bit overcast, there were no devils in the pitch. So I was expecting to see a better showing from the Windward side in their batting part of the innings.
Well, 108, meaning that U.W.I had to get 109 for victory. And then when they started Windward, they lost Aline.
Yes, probably much a very important cog in the wheel. You see him open up with a new ball, so that telling you that he's probably one of their most economical bowlers or one of their wicket takers. So to lose a player like that at the beginning of the innings, only 3 deliveries pulled in, it means it's really set them on the back foot. You've had to bring someone like Tennyson Roach Jr., the captain, and probably the 6th bowler in the innings, so to speak, and he had to come in from pretty early. So definitely they were under pressure.
All right, we've done a lot of talking. Time to get some water. It's right here for us. You finished yours already. I think you need a refill. What we're going to do, of course, we're going to take a little break. Of course, the presentation is going to be very much with us as well. Of course, Mimi tells me I've got to get all the information in. And it's a situation where Jordan made 54, Zion Braffett 28, 100, and 9 for 2. A very easy win for them in 11 overs and 1 ball, 16 overs available to them. And Aline, well, as we said at the start, just 3 balls. Roach tried a thing or two, as they say, 1 for 21. Goodrich, the big fast bowler, none for 20. Williams got a wicket, the wicket of Paris. His 2 overs cost 22. Roberts, a bit expensive, 24 from 2 overs and 1 ball. And Hoyt, from the Empire side, going at 10, 2 for 20. It was not the kind of effort in the bowling that Winward would have been looking for. So, as we prepare for the presentation, the U.W.I very much in a huddle, as you see on your screen, celebrating their work of art. A very comprehensive victory, 7 titles for them. The Barbados Cricket Association will no doubt be preparing to produce the post-match show. We'll be around to do that for you. So what we'll do, we'll take a break and come back in a couple of minutes with the post-match show.
Each and every one of you for sticking around for our presentation ceremony and of course for being here to enjoy the entertaining match which preceded this occasion. It is my pleasure, first of all, to introduce the presentation party away to my right, starting with the Vice President of the Bar Cricket Association, Mr. Calvin Wolf, Mr. Kamal Springer, Director, and of course Mr. Timothy Boyle, also a Director of the BCA, and the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Paul Skinner, last but by no means least. We've also got the assistance of Cricket Operations Supervisor Daniel Paul and Cricket Operations Officer Ms. Lorianne Ali. Before we proceed any further, I'm going to ask Mr. Hope to come forward and offer a few words.
Thank you, Master Chairman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Winward supporters, U.W.I supporters, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending this final today, braving the weather to do so. We have to thank God that we were allowed, that He allowed us to have a game and finish the game. Commiserations to Winward. We've done very well to get to this stage. We're fortunate that these things happen in cricket, and better luck next time. And congratulations to the U.W.I team. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you to Mr. Vice President. As we move into the business of the evening, we're going to ask Mr. Boyce, Mr. Timothy Boyce, and let's correct myself, Mr. Boyce, a former director of the GCA, but of course he's also a director of the cricket franchise of Barbados Incorporated. And he will make the presentation of the medals to the officials for today's match. I'm going to start with Mr. Emerald Holder, the match referee. Well done, congratulations, Mr. Holder. Next up will be the officiating umpires, Mr. Tremaine Preston and Mr. Sherwin Codrington, who are on the field. We've got our reserve umpire, Mr. Shamar Boyce, who is not presently available. Thank you very much, Mr. Boyce. Mr. Paul Skinner, the Chief Executive Officer of the BCA, we're going to ask him to present the next award to in fact, is the player of the match award from today's final. I think that was fairly straightforward. 3 members, no maiden, 22 runs and 5 wickets.
The player of the match from University of the West Indies, Anthony Dakers. An exceptional spell of bowling. Player of the match, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Mr. Springer, the BCA Board Director. This is the presentation of the medals to the runners-up today, the Winward Cricket Club, of course. A new experience for them, first time ever in the final of the T20 Cup. And you've had the experience, gentlemen, next time. So I'm going to ask the captain to lead the troops forward to receive their medals from Mr. Springer, Tennyson Roach, followed by the rest of the players. Just follow in line. Well done, gentlemen. As I said, this is the experience. Now, next time, you will know what it is all about. But the Windward Club has been making some steady progress of late. This is just another step. Special mention to the manager, Ms. Michelle Ferguson. Well done. My condolences, that was my good friend. Last but not least, Seth Agar. So that is the runners-up today, the Windward Cricket Club out of Lucas Street in St. Philip. And now Mr. Hope will make the presentation of the gold medals to today's winners, the champion team. So Captain Jonathan Carter and the others will follow. Champions, U.W.I. They have been here many times before. Quite familiar with this part of the proceeding, receiving a gold medal. Johnny shot bar? I cool hold on. Of the U.W.I side, Kyle Corbin, along with the coach, Mr. Pedro Collins. Another championship to him and the U.W.I side. Mr. Hope, you will stay your position because it's now about the main prize, the big prize this evening, the cup from the Barbados Cricket Association, the Champions Cup. And we all know the champions for 2025 in the Barbados Cricket Association T20 Cup is U.W.I, captained by Jonathan Carter himself and the longtime lieutenant Kyle Corbin to accept the prize from Mr. Calvin Hope. And we're going to ask the other members of the team to come forward, of course, to pose with the cup. This trophy will go to you also for keeping. So congratulations once again, U.W.I champions 2025. We thank our presentation party. We, of course, thank all our sponsors and all other persons who would have been involved in the successful completion of this competition. And of course, the BCA looks forward to coming again next season, even bigger and better. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone have a very good night.
And the celebrations will continue, I imagine, into the night. U.W.I on top of that at Caveville. Well, they were absolutely brilliant today against the Winward side out of St. Philip, making just 109. And U.W.I won the game without a sweat. It was a comprehensive victory for them. Well, as you know, lots of rain in Barbados. We had 2 interruptions, but the sunshine was very much on the Windward side for a moment. But of course, in the final analysis, it was all about U.W.I who came out on top. It's their 7th victory. That is a good showing from them, led by the very experienced Jonathan Carter. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. Of course, a wonderful team got together to ensure that you got all the action as it happened live from Kensington Oval. Andrew Mason, for the final time, saying good evening from the region's Mecca.